Do that. Thanks. So let's have a sound check. Oh, actually. Oh no. Ja, mä tiedän. They should also hear this. Okay, can I hear myself? Is it sound check? I can't hear myself, that's good. Okay, can I hear myself? Right. Well, that's not ideal. A lot of background noise. That's what we have. That's what we have when you don't have a professional streamer running the show.
Yes, this is yours and for the team.
Jonkun pitäisi tsekkaa toi striimi jonkun vapaaehtoisen, että miltä se kuulostaa ja näyttää. That's why we try to organize it differently so it's not here. So nobody who doesn't know the system wouldn't trip on it. And I know the system, I trip on it. So.
Hello. No. Okay. Yeah. Everybody has to use the mic because we are using the Mac microphone for the stream. So stream is amazing.
Sharing only the screen and not using the camera.
I know why. I know what is going on. I'm a professional streamer. Like I said. Okay, I'm not the professional streamer anymore, but soon. There, and now we are talking. That's why we have. Okay.
Yes. Oh. Hello. I'm so excited about this. Everything else except the streaming part that I have to set up, but everything else I love. I'm Jonne Taivastalo. I'm the lab master of Espoo Game LAB. And we are having Gate 2. So, really short recap. What is Espoo Game LAB? We are funded by EU, organized by City of Espoo. Yes, that's where we are right now. And we started in March, actually. Before that, we interviewed 70 people to participate in the Game Lab. We selected 30 out of them. 1/3 artists, 1/3 technical people, 1/3 operational people, like marketing, business, design, that kind of stuff. And with that amazing group, we spent 1 month studying game design, game business, game concept research, marketing, everything to become a little bit more professional game developer, to understand the realities of game business. Because that is what we try to do in the Game Lab. We try to make people even more professional game developers than before they joined the program. And after that 1 month, they actually pitched. There was 15 games in the Gate 1. It was an internal pitch, you didn't see it. And we killed half of the game ideas. So, and the people who lost their team or the game, they joined other teams that were left. And that is what we are doing here today. We have 8 game pitches that labbers have been working for 2 months. And we are really looking if these games are gonna be next hits. maybe, probably. That's what we're doing here. So half of the games will be cancelled today. So there's high stakes in the game lab. And I know everybody has slept well and rested. Yeah, you slept?
Good one.
Good one. Yeah. How many hours total? 30 hours total in the whole lab, maybe? I didn't even sleep, I was so excited. So we have amazing, actually let's go forward a little bit. So this is scheduled for today. I try to speed up because we are already okay, now it's 10 over. So we are over time. So welcome words, we have two sessions of pitches. Every game has 10 minutes to pitch and 10 minutes for Q&A. And then we have a break in the middle, second set. We have a quick break and then we have a keynote presentation by the red hat. I think everyone here. And after that, we will have closing remarks networking. So in the evening, you will know what games survived and what don't. After that, me and Jussi Altio are going to build the new teams from what is going to be in the game. But remember, no game survives the game lab. The new teams, everybody. When there's going to be a new team working on the game, the game is going to be different. So this is what I've been telling to the lab all the time. And this was something I had to add here because it was so topical. It was a couple of days ago. So Rami is my future friend, I hope. But my LinkedIn connection, please note. So he had this really topical tweet about it's all fun and games until it has to be fun and a game. So this is what we are doing here today. We have amazing judges here helping us to score these games, and that's how we design the results. So let's start with Tatu. Tatu from Rovio, awesome guy and friend of the Game Lab. He has been teaching us multiple times already. And Pedro here, our long distance judge.
Yeah, not that long now.
Not that long anymore, yeah. Brazil, Netherlands, who counts? They're almost basically the same. Not around Kehä Ykkönen, you know. It's not close by. And Maria from Supercell, awesome. Really happy to have murderous Maria here in the judge. And Ari Makkonen here from Housemarque. No, Remedy. Oh, the other old game company. No, obviously. From Espoo, our like Tatu and Ari from the Espoo, biggest Espoo game companies. That's cool. And also Arto Kostinen from the another end, a little bit smaller game company, but a lot of experience in the indie business and game industry in general. So big hand to all the judges. And also a lot of special guests, all you, but also Jussi Altio from Resistance Games, father of the whole Game Lab idea, is going to be here a little bit later, and Aki will be giving the keynote. So what's next? So here is the pitching order. This is not a big surprise for the labbers, because they got this already yesterday. So I think, yes, we should be pitching already. So first team will bring their own guns. There.
Ettehän ole viime aikoina päivittäneet slideja.
Ei olla sen
Today 10 minuuttia, yes, hyvä.
No niin.
We read the instructions.
You read this team read the instruction, plus 3 points. Now we just need to have their slides. Don't use mine. Don't use Aki's. Ari, what's
We
wrong
should
with
do
you?
like everyone presents each like everyone else's game instead of their own.
Oh yeah, yeah, we can do that with starting next game.
Yeah.
So only one mic for the team, okay?
We'll manage. Yeah.
And the clicker will work.
Oh, cool.
It already worked. I proved it.
All right.
So are we ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
You'll get a sign up with 5 minutes and 1 minute.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
All right.
Let's. All right. You ready? All right. So, hello everyone. Our game project is called Björg, which means build your own gun game. But before that, let us introduce ourselves.
So, hi, I'm Teemu Pulkkinen and I have been doing game design and programming for our game. And my experience in game industry has been with Angry Birds Dream Blast at Rovio and Merge Gardens at Future Play Games being like bigger games.
And I'm Arttu Tuovinen, and I have like 2 years of experience as a 3D artist and as a texturer. And I've worked in with game projects such as Company of Crime and Cave Digger 2. And in this project, I'm our lead artist. And first, we're gonna have a small video of our gameplay progression. Hopefully, if it works. So, let's see. All right. So here you see the player collecting the item, or like the piece, and then after you have collected the piece, you can go into like this crafting scene where you can build your robot. And as you see, when you can operate it with like a mouse, and then you can collect the item, and you see the slots that you can put the piece. And when you are satisfied with your build, you can start to shoot the enemies. And when you shoot the enemies throughout the level, you can collect their pieces to further upgrade your robot. And what is Björg? It's a top-down shooter game for PC. And it is inspired titles such as Enter the Gungeon, Cult of the Lamb, and Captain Forever Remix. And we intended it to be played by either using keyboard and mouse or gamepad controls. And a little quick run through of the core loop is that, like, when you progress the levels, like you build the robot, and then when you upgrade it, and with that you get more piece, and you can during the gameplay either upgrade it more or then finish the level and progress to the next level. And of the art style, the setup is gonna happen inside of a dungeon, in a dungeon that is inside of a computer. And I took a lot of like inspiration, different like computer parts such as like transistors, capacitors, and motherboards, etc. And all the characters are like based on like these cubic shapes and they be having like very vibrant colors and like distinct designs for each of the pieces, so they give them more variety and like distinct character. And we are building the game, like everything is like modular, and what this means that like we can easily like build the levels like as like Lego pieces, and they will easily like mix and match together. And this is like very faster to produce, and it is like highly customizable. So like testing of the game is very efficient. All right.
Okay, so then we get to kind of the business and production side of our presentation. So here our competitor benchmark, because they shared similarities to our game. The first month sales in units, which you can see on the slide. And this first month sales was based on the assumption that the game sells more in their first month than they usually sell in other months. And here we have some basic info about the sales and the kind of setting of the business for the game. So we've been thinking of price point of $11.99, which is quite comparable to our competitors' average of $11.24. And our core audience is 18 to 40 years old gamers who enjoy shooter games. And here we have a sales projection sheet, which it shows two bigger bumps in the sales, which are our planned early access launch on Steam at December 2024, and we hope to sell around 500 units during that time, which is based on the competitor average that we calculated, which was 486, and another bump is planned to be during the second quarter of 2025 when the game hopefully is fully released. And here you can see a roadmap of like the biggest key milestones after the Espoo Game LAB ends. So we are hoping to release a demo of the game during the Steam Next Fest in October, and from there we'll steadily roll towards an early access launch in December, and then the game would be expanded with new modes, new PCs, and new building on top of the features that it has in the demo all the way to the release in the second quarter. And to achieve all of this, we have made this one slide where we have listed the current team members as well as our amazing sound designer Jade, who has been helping us with to bring the game to more life. And to get further in the process, we would like to add 2 more programmers to the team, one of them being primarily focused on UI programming, so we can execute well the robot customization side of our game. Additionally, we recognized that we could use one more 3D artist because the game has lots of pieces that we need to produce as well as different environments, and we are also looking forward to getting a producer as well as a business/marketing specialist who can hopefully help us to surpass our very modest numbers because we did not have a marketing specialist while making this pitch, unfortunately. Thank you. Any questions?
You can start. We still no audio.
I guess no questions.
I really yell if the microphone doesn't work. Thank you. I want to ask about the fantasy. I understand we are inside of the computer. The levels are inside the computer, but who are the characters, what they are shooting, and why?
That's a good question because we haven't given that too much of thought, but like at the moment, like the setup for the game, like it came because like I first started to think of like cubic shapes because of the game design, because like it's easier to design because everything is cube shaped, so they are easy to mix and match together. And then based on that, I started to think of like, maybe if the whole environment would be like cubic shaped, and then like that started to progress towards like, oh, they are robots, so it could be like inside of a computer, and that lead to this kind of thought that, oh, maybe the whole arc is that like there is a big like virus that like produces these kind of like mass pieces, and then you're the one piece that got away, and then you have to like build your journey towards back to the like the main villain and destroying like their pieces. So that would give like some like reason for this like gameplay as well.
Yeah, that's cool. I love the being inside the computer. I think you should be going all the way there, even more.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Can I ask
Yeah.
one thing about the? First of all, I have to say that I actually like the art style a lot. I think very good comments on it maybe needing some kind of a narrative and lore. It might be a weird question coming from an artist, but I'm more interested about the business case. With 500 units sold on average price of $11.99, it would be roughly a little bit below 6,000 a month, like how will it be sustainable to grow the team any larger than it is at the moment? I feel like this is almost like the maximum size supported by the business case.
It is true that the total of the projected sales when compared to the price, that totals a very or quite small gross income as it is, but we didn't want to overpromise in this pitch either, and we had a bit of trouble finding reliable enough tool to define the first month sales, so we didn't want to overpromise on that front, and that is something that if we pass through this gate, we hope that we can then build with the marketing specialist further.
Yeah, I have a question that is related to that, because when you show the competitors, you didn't show game. Well, if I was an investor and I was saying like, oh, that's your market, so maybe it's not a good genre to invest, because you show like 4 games that didn't sell a good number of units. So I'm questioning because from this picture I can say it's not a good genre. So what makes you believe from all the games that you possibly can develop, why you believe that this game is a good game to be launched?
We believe that it's a bit of an underserved niche, so hopefully by finding the right social media visibility and marketing channels, we could surpass what the competitors did, because we could not unfortunately find any statistics for how much they had, for example, spent on marketing, or if they had run a Kickstarter campaign of their own. So it is hard to assume how they have adjusted that side of their business case. And based on the research that we did, we could not find like very many of these games released throughout the year, so that kind of plays for the case of it being an underserved niche, which would hopefully mean that there is more room for us.
And just a feedback about the pitch, when you show the gameplay, you show the less coolest thing about your game, that is the shooting mechanic, basically. So you just showed the robot walking and collecting something. So I would suggest to instead you show more like the mechanic of the shooting, that it's basically the core of the fun of the game. I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, unfortunately, we didn't have enough like development time to make more variety of enemies. So like, and that's like because there are deadlines. So that's why this is what we got. So.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and actually, well, I'll say that it's been nice to see like how the game has grown since the last time. I think you have made like progress in. I think last time the question was that is the robot building going to be fun enough? And I think now at least you have some UI to show, and it seems to be like it's workable. But and also I like that your competitor analysis didn't have any outliers, so that's even if the genre might not seem very lucrative at the moment. But the question is like you didn't really show how the building actually affects the game. So is there going to be like some interesting like combos and stuff, like how will those affect the game? Do you have a design for combos and different kinds of weapons and how they like combine when you build it?
Yeah, we have thought about like this kind of synergy that like we would like introduce different like elemental weapons, or like if weapons like when they are putting next to each other, they have like aerial effect on each other. So like other weapons could boost each other. But like again, unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to showcase that in here. So, yeah.
But you have like a design doc that has already like examples?
No, not like anything physical or concrete at the moment, only just on the ideation level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I got really excited about the idea in the world, so that was great. But then I need to be the devil's advocate for two things. Who is your core audience? Because stating the age group, I'm sorry, but me being age of 34 doesn't make me excited about any specific game. But you already have an idea of a niche group, so who are these niche people? What motivates them? Why would they be interested about this game?
I think that looking at the outliers, which we did not list in our direct competition list, it can be seen that when a title like this gets developed successfully, such as the Enter the Gungeon was mentioned as an inspiration for the game, the analysis is that the players, they know what they want. So if we can properly define which elements in those games that have been really successful they enjoy, I think that way we can market the game even better.
That is absolutely true.
Does that answer the question?
It kind of does, but it also tells me that you do not know what those elements are yet. So really think the audience through their motivations as well. Is it the upgrading, collection, completion is kind of what hype it is rather than the age or geolocation, but what drives them to play the game. And related to this, it was great that you showed the competitors, but if I would be investing money, I would be interested in what makes this better than any of the other games. So what is a unique touch if I go to Steam and I want to play the game, what would make me purchase this specific game?
I think we think that one of the main factors that contributes to that is the amount of player freedom. Other games of this genre, they usually rely on like one-time upgrades, or they might have a very limited socket system, like you can only add 2 guns and maybe some type of shield. But in our game, because the robot is built from these very small pieces, you have a lot of freedom to customize. So I think that is one of our biggest advantages.
Thank you. I would absolutely emphasize that on the pitch. Like you said, you can upgrade, but you can upgrade almost any game. Now you had a unique angle on it, so just add it there and it looks amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir. Oh.
Do we have time still?
10 seconds. Go.
10 seconds. Okay. Speed run it.
4, 3, 2.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So next up is Finnish Cottage, number 8. Thank you. Good job. Thanks guys for starting with the first pitch. That's an enviable position. I hope your slides are up to date. No, not that place. The other place. That place. That's the one. 1 second. I did this in wrong order. I'm still learning. I'm young. It's okay. Because we go pitching mode now. And then we go back there. If you cringe while watching my pitch, I mean not the pitch, I'm not pitching, but my stream, then just volunteer next time. Thanks, bye.
It does. Tell me when I'm due. Oh, okay. Hi everyone. This is Finnish Cottage number 8. This is a game that is made by Espoo Games. We're a small yet a very functional team of 2 game designers, business people, 3D artist and a game programmer. Came together to deliver this one. So what is it? It's a PC game. It's a walking simulator where you spot the difference in a looping level. You use a keyboard and mouse to see around, and it's a first-person game set in early 2000s Finland, semi-realistic style. You can really finish it in 15 minutes if you're like a speedrunner. We're hoping to get the length around 1 to 2 hours long, and we're looking to hit people who are interested in horror and puzzle games, and who like to play Exit 8-like games. What is an Exit 8-like game? So that's where our inspiration came from. It's the progenitor of the genre called the Exit 8. It's a game set in a metro in Japan where you go back or you go forward, and you progress or you don't if you make mistakes. And another inspiration is a similar style game, an Exit 8-like, that is set in a haunted flat, also in Japan, where you spot and capture anomalies. So a game loop of an Exit 8-like in the genre looks like this. So you have two situations. Either the world is normal, you start into a looping world at a singular level where there could be just a regular place, a metro, a flat, or a finished cottage. And in this case, you do action A. The other option is that when you start that level, something is wrong, like that boar over there. And in this case, you know that it's an anomaly, something is wrong, then you have to do action B. And you just need to guess it right a certain number of times. That's the game loop. That's an Exit 8-like. So that's our game as well. It's set in a Finnish summer cottage where you're stuck in a loop, where you constantly restart, and the world is either normal or there's something wrong, an anomaly. And in case there's an anomaly, you have to go to the sauna. That's gonna cure it, I promise. And if the level is normal and nothing is wrong, you go to sleep. It's fine. You just need to guess correctly 8 times to finish the game and exit the loop. It's as simple as that. Okay, what kind of anomalies are there? So in this example, I'm walking through the bedroom. Looking around, seeing if anything suspicious involved. In the living room, there was a flickering light, which could be there. That was an anomaly. So I wanted to get myself some sauna, of course. The other anomalies could be, for example, here is a little bit of blood on the skull. Here is a clock that is growing bigger. So it's the kind of small things that change in the level that you need to spot while you're playing. When approaching the design of the game, we wanted to do 3 things. One is to keep within the genre of Exit 8-likes. We wanted to stand out by making it more Finnish, being in a Finnish cottage, having that Finnish theme. And we wanted to make it a bit more eerie to slow down the gameplay and not lean completely into the horror genre, so we're not going to have monsters to spook the players, but rather the atmosphere and something being wrong or off in there. And naturally, we took a real inspiration from actual Finnish cottages, things like this. And when thinking how our game would look like,
kello on 23:45. Nyt vuorossa säätiedotus. Tiedotukseen sisältyy varoitus. Maan keski- ja pohjoisosassa tulee paikoin kuurosateita, odotettavissa huomisen iltapäivän asti. Maan länsiosassa laajoilla alueilla selkeää ja poutaa.
Right, so what is fun about a game like this? First of all, it's a thrill of its own to find every single anomaly. There could be 30, 40, or 50 of them, so you have to be looping quite many times to find them all. Secondly, you need to challenge your memory. Remember where things are, in which order, how many, how are they placed, which color, is there blood on them, is it supposed to be flickering, and you need to challenge your attention too. We do want to subvert the expectation a little. Let's talk money. So most of the games, and we looked at indie horror games that are walking simulators like ours, that has been published since end of last year, most of them cost around $5. That's the price point we are looking at as well. And the good thing is that at least half of them make it to $10K. Very nice. And some of them reach up to 50, and some don't earn anything at all, but the statistics seem to be quite promising for a small game like this. We are looking at this Exit 8-like trend still, and even though the original Exit 8 came out last November, still, to this day, consistently every month, a new Exit 8-like game keeps coming out. And there's actually one by the creator of the game, Exit 8, called Platform 8, coming out as well later this year. So we do hope that the genre is still going, and the people who like that genre still want to play more of them. We are expecting to release the game already in October. So as you can see, it's not a big game. So we are trying to be agile with this. And of course, we want to fit into this spooky themed month and possibly benefit from some horror game focused events on Steam. Ideally, there's no big AAA, AAA or big IP releases, but we do have a bit of a scare being overshadowed by their marketing efforts. And as I said, €5, $5, in the anomaly hunting game with a Finnish setting. That's pretty much the value proposition we're putting. And yes, it's like 1-2 hour game, and we want to be very clear about that on the Steam page and in our marketing, that it's a small experience. And we are looking at gamers who enjoy horror games and or puzzle games, frequently watch streamers, because this kind of game is really popular with the streamers and YouTubers. And we do want to make a Japanese localization, because a big chunk of people who enjoy Exit 8 actually come from Japan. And Finland is popular in Japan. So what if we combine the two? Actually, original Exit 8 was translated to English via ChatGPT, so we can do the same. You know, we want to, of course, have a Steam page of our own, but the other thing we do, we have a list of 100 YouTube influencers and streamers from, you know, just 10, 50 subscribers to millions, who we want to consistently hit with emails until they start playing our game. We want to post in different subreddits for horror and game development, game reviews and news sites, and of course release like social media, trailer and whatnot. So how much do we want to make? Well, in the 4 months when the game kind of would be out, we hope to get 5,000 copies out, so to get anywhere around $25,000. Feels quite realistic, and ideally, if we really hit the nail on the head, we could get more than that. Naturally, plenty of risks associated with this. One, the Exit 8-like trend maybe fizzles out by October. Hopefully not. We might just get drowned in the sea of walking simulator horror games on Steam. It might be that this is just not novel enough for an Exit 8-like games, and it's just looking the same as any other. The refunds are a big risk. So one thing that all the other games in this genre do is that they explicitly state how long the game is in the description, and of course trying to push the game length further by adding the plot twist or some other mechanics to make it slower or longer. And last is that, well, all the other games in the genre are set in Japan. So if we take away Japan, maybe nobody is interested. To finish the game, we need a developer and a 3D designer, level designer, to complement our existing team. And with that small team, which is currently, is going to be set entirely within the Game Lab, hence self-funded, hence no salary, hence no costs, we should be able to release it by October and have pocket money for our next big thing after that. And that's it. Thank you.
Hello. Congratulations, nice presentation. Just one comment, because you talked in the last slide that you didn't found anything outside Japan as an environment. A company in Brazil that I close to, an incubator, they launched a game like this concept, but based in Brazil, called Everloop, and it was a successful game. So
everybody, you heard
good case for you. Good case for you. They reached what they expected. But I want to listen more, because for these kind of games, the influence marketing is really important. Basically, you will achieve success if you get the right streamers playing this game. So I want for you to, because you really briefly described it, so how do you thinking to make your game being something they want to play in the middle of this, a lot of walking simulators, escape games out there?
Good question. It's really hard to especially most likely it's going to be just a single email that we send to each YouTuber. So unless we use some really fancy words, it's really hard to stand out in that one moment. So, but the things that we do think to do is, one is to really put emphasis on the finishness of it. So it is, especially for some kind of popular YouTubers in the Nordics, would be a good thing maybe to put it into their videos and to stand out in that sense. Most likely that would be the thing that we put emphasis on. And then of course it is an exit-like that maybe is a little better. And of course mention that because the streamers like something that is reactable too. And just an Exit 8-like, yes, there's a formula, you see the flickering light and you go crazy and you run away. And that's where you want to put a bit of that plot twist later in the game, and maybe mention that to the streamer, saying that yes, it is the traditional formula you've done before, but there is something more that you can react to later in the game that's going to be interesting for your viewers.
Yeah, I have to a little bit comment on the business case. So the target numbers you stated in this pitch that puts you actually to double the download numbers than the previous pitch, which would be around 1,000 units per month. And I'm still kind of asking, like, is that like a sustainable business? For me, like the kind of like obvious solution for these kind of things is that you should almost think them as like a series of games. So like the 1 hour experience is more like a level, and you just kind of, you release it, you dump it, you move to the next game, you do repeat, and then you have like 50 of these games in Steam, and hopefully some of them will become viral. Just kind of a quick comment on the business case, but what levels do you think you need to kind of raise in the kind of business to make it sustainable?
Well, I'm not sure even if we thought of making it sustainable in the first place, because it is like, as you said, the game on its own, it's not something that sustains a business. So really it is like something you get some pocket money out of that, for example, can help you fund, or us in our case, fund the next thing that we would be making, so that we are not completely relying on like, unemployment benefits or whatnot. So it is that, but the point you're making is also valid. So we can make a Finnish cottage number 8, and then Finnish cottage number 9, and then Swedish cottage number 8. So it is all like, because once the system for looping and the anomalies is out, it's just a matter of reshuffling the anomalies, adding a little twist here and there, or changing the setting. So as you said, it is also possible to keep making the same thing as long as it hits, and it takes little resources.
And recycling some of the assets.
Precisely.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I'll just comment that I did like the pitch, and I think I like that you had very realistic risks. And well, I guess I was also thinking about the 2 Finnish, but apparently it's not a problem then. Like it is influencer friendly, and I think you have a kind of a solid marketing plan with the horror genre and subreddits. So yeah, I guess the biggest risk would be the refunds. Like even if you state that okay, this is a short game, like will people be like, okay, then I can play it and then I can refund it. Like that might bite you back in the ass. But if it's worked for other Exit 8 likes, then that's maybe not as big as a risk. Like, do you know how many refunds like Exit 8 likes usually have?
Yeah, that's something that we couldn't find, and so it is, an invisible number that we don't know. It could be 5%, it could be 90%. It's out there somewhere. But what did give us a little bit of hope is that when in the reviews of many of those Exit 8 likes, the ones that were received positively, in many reviews in their positive reviews, they say, yeah, this is a decent experience, very short, but good enough that I want refunded. And that's something that some of this public opinion give us hope that even though the game would be short, the ones that like it would keep it and not refund it. And then whoever would read the reviews but don't leave them would get inspired by that message too. So we get, everybody here could buy the game, €5, come on, we can give you a coffee for that. And then everybody writes a review and saying that, oh, I'm not going to refund it. I think that's going to be a little push to reduce the refunds too.
Yeah, I think you can also reach out to other developers who make similar games. Like, hey, we are indie developer doing a similar game. Can you tell us how many refunds you had?
True. Good point.
Okay, thank you.
Great pitch. I really love the risk mitigation part there. Thinking those as investor, I would really be interested to hear that. Very clear to follow. One thing I'd like you to consider, this is not more about question, but Halloween, of course, it feels like a really good match because horror, but that means every single other competitor is competing at the same time and their budgets are probably higher than yours. So maybe think, would that be the best time? And then could you show me again the slide, who did you have already in the team, what roles did you have? Thank you. So you were looking developer side more, so...
Yeah, one extra developer and then one 3D or level designer.
So would business in this case also mean that you would focus on the marketing, the two of you, otherwise there's no marketing?
Yeah, so both Hao and me come from business background mostly. So game design is something that we have pretty much picked up during the lab and have been supporting the doers as much as we can with whatever we can come up with. So pretty much we are the business engine behind this.
perfect. So for that, I would put emphasis also on the community side. So these games have a very strong community, and because it is in Japan, it's not easy access for us Finns there. So there are organic ways for you to go there, but it will eat a lot of time. So maybe one of you need to split, focusing on purely about the like community marketing influencers kind of areas.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for the pitch. I'm excited, and you can see it because I have a lot of small questions and comments, and that's usually a good thing. As a control developer, I first of all like that there's anomalies and there's Merisa, because I was the one who implemented Merisa to control. So I like that a lot. That's one point for me. One thing I didn't understand from the game loop, you go to sauna if you see the anomaly. Is there always anomaly? And if there's not, what do?
You go to sleep.
So that's the only. What, can you just go and check the sauna every time, and or is it like a minus point if you do?
Yeah. So I guess the part that I missed is that every time you finish a loop, there is a counter that tells you how far have you progressed. So it starts at 0, and then the next time you guess right, it goes to 1. Next time you guess right, goes to 2. You guess wrong, goes to 0. And so for you to get it right a certain number of times, you need to really get it right. And if you keep just doing it randomly, then you might get it right, but it's highly unlikely.
Okay. Well, I'm feeling that it would be great to have a little bit more depthness. How do you figure out anomalies and what do you do with them? But maybe I'm not understanding the concept of the full horror thing.
No, I mean, it's a valid question, because original Exit 8 has no interaction with anomalies whatsoever. So there you go backward or forward, forward or backwards. That's the only thing you do. But False Dream has interactions with anomalies, where each place where anomaly could be is sort of marked with a UI, and you have a camera of some sorts, so you kind of check mark a spot where you believe an anomaly is a very kind of unique way to approach it. But we felt that not interacting with it is somewhat leaves you more helpless, and it kind of gets like at the same time you were there, but a little bit of distance between you, so you are just helpless and you just do what you can.
Okay, I think you nailed the reference then. Well, last quick comment. I think every time Finnish developers doing Finnish games or about Finland, it's very easy to go to humor side. Don't go to humor side, go to horror side. Finland is awesome concept, and you can do horror from the Finnish Cottage show.
Thank you.
There's many ways out, only one way. Time to get bacon, not the bacon. Oh, I improved. Spoilers. Clicker, that's mine. Have fun.
Thank you.
All right.
Where do you click? Here. Okay. Let's wait for Jonna.
Are we good to go? Yes. Okay.
Okay. Hello, I'm Jonna.
And Hiski.
And in our team we also have Rosa and Suat sitting there. Hello. And we're presenting our game with the code name Technopagans. What is our game? It's a third-person 3D runner and shooter with an emphasis on narrative. It's made for PC and console, and you play as a part of a group of hackers who's trying to destroy an AI system. And in the game, what do? You run. And then between the runs, you'll chill with your hacker mates in your hacker layer. You advance the story, you get upgrades, and they give you different tasks, and then you go and you run again. A little bit about the narrative and lore. So we want to tell a story about AI, capitalism, and humanity. We combine semi-realistic future with some spiritualistic themes, hence the Technopagan. And in this future, an AI system is controlling society. And like I said, as the player, you're part of a group of hackers, and you operate in a back room of a rave club. There will be good music. And those rebel hackers, also sometimes called techno shamans, trying to reach the AI system's core and turn it off indefinitely. And yeah, the techno shamans connect their minds to machines to hack them, transporting them to a virtual world. And the virtual world is the runs that I mentioned earlier. Here's a little sneak peek of what the game could feel like. So you talk to characters, and they will tell you, oh, this has got a new data leak inside Zone 2. It might be connected to the virus that we talked about earlier. Okay, let's go check it out. You'll have different tasks that you can complete. And when you feel like you're ready to hack, you start hacking.
And this is our working gameplay demo. This is a preliminary idea of what the gameplay would look like inside the computer world. So you are moving at a fast pace towards your stated goal, being the end of the level, jumping and moving and avoiding obstacles that are zooming quickly past you, trying to not hit anything. In addition to moving and jumping, you can also shoot enemies, and you have to complete tasks to unlock those upgrades. Here are some example tasks as well. And to win this game, as in fully beat the game, get to the credits, the player must reach the end of a single very, very long level, which is kind of traditional in the roguelite genre as well, but we, instead of having like discrete levels, we have one really long level, which is split into zones, which all have distinct themes and mechanics. And after reaching certain zones, the player will unlock checkpoints, which lets them continue from those later zones. So we are more so on the roguelite side of the genre, where we help the player keep going, so they don't have to play the level from the start all over again all the time. These zones then loop infinitely. And to escape from one zone to the next, the player must collect speed by collecting speed tokens or running through speed pads, among other things, which lets them collect enough speed to escape the zone and continue to the next zone. And this is also where the fun lies in the game. The risk versus reward, that to win you must avoid these obstacles, because if you hit anything, your run ends and you have to play again. But also you must collect speed to advance from zone to zone, which makes the game more difficult, keeps getting more difficult for you. So the question is also, do you risk your current run to improve your chances in the future by completing tasks, or do you attempt to win the game immediately? And really quickly, because Infinite Runners, it's an infinite game, so we're using the DreamTech Forever Endless Runner engine, which is a Unity plugin, which lets us generate this level and have it loop infinitely without any floating point issues or memory limits. And it also lets us bend the road in cool ways. And it is very well optimized actually for mobile, even though we are targeting PC, but that means Switch can also work. Our core audience, we would like to call the cute roguelite genre. Fans of games like Cult of the Lamb, School, or Enter the Gungeon, which many of them happen to be by Devolver Digital for some reason. Go them. But those games are often top-down, so we want to bring this runner-shooter gameplay to that formula from games like Res Infinite or Race the Sun. And that means it's a not that difficult roguelite. So these people enjoy those roguelites for their cute graphics, but also the dark and serious themes that kind of undercut those cute graphics a little and make it interesting, and for their coherent world building, lore, narrative, and not just the gameplay itself, but of course also the gameplay. So we call this style Paper Mario meets demo scene, in a style which is optimized for fast production. We only use shaders and we only have a limited amount of 2D graphics in otherwise quickly produced 3D world. And then our computer world is then like very, very demo scene, 90s, maybe a little vaporwave, all kind of funky computer graphics that are fairly quick to make. Looking at some non-outlier games in the market, both sold about 20k units and made about $200,000 in revenue. The core takeaways in these games are that they have unique hand-drawn art. Twinshare has story with culture and meaning. It's set in the Amazon rainforest. So we also want to tell a meaningful story and focus on the narrative instead of just having a roguelite. And Jack Move here is more on the cyberpunk sci-fi side, which also proves that there is at least some audience to this. And they have a short but high quality narrative, which shows that there is like, because we are making a small game and a short narrative, but these people have liked it as well. Our price point being 15 euros is our proposed price point. Raise the Sun being a little under 10 euros, but it has a very similar core loop, but it has no story to it. And we are on the story, we're coming in with the story angle. And then there's Jack Move, which is a JRPG with a story, but it's also a lot more in-depth in terms of gameplay, and has takes a lot more development time. So then there is the Into the Breach kind of gameplay where it has a story, but it's very, very condensed. And we have very similar gameplay style and structure to Into the Breach, although that is a tactical movement battler instead of a runner. So with this price point, we are forecasting, based on the previous examples, 20k units sold in 2 years, which would net us about 100k in revenue after all the cuts taken by Steam, publisher royalties, taxes, etc.
Yeah. Because of the focus on narrative and the cute characters and the aesthetic, we really think that we have the capabilities of building a community, also fan art. And then we'll focus in the beginning in marketing very much on starting very early on building social media presence and getting that community started so that we'll have an audience by the time that our game is released. And our goal for Game Lab is to make an early release at the end of the Game Lab and release it in itch.io, get some first players, and then after that start building the Steam release. And in an ideal case, we will acquire a publisher. That is something that we're going to start already thinking about. We think that a lot of the games that are in the same genre as us have a publisher and they benefit a lot from it because they will get some pre-existing audience and people with similar tastes. This is our current team and what the people in our team are doing. We have a lot of people from design, programming and art, but what we're really missing is some business and marketing knowledge. So we hope to, after this gate, acquire a person who would really take us to the next level in the business side. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Interesting topic, interesting idea, but I felt a bit controversial about the whole, you were talking about how the art style is fast to produce, kind of very niche, yet you still want a lot of fan art and so on. So it's like, are you gonna pay attention to the art style and build around that, or maybe the story? What is the split between?
Maybe I can solve this one. So yeah, that's a good question. So most of our 2D, like this world where you chill with your hackers, you will only be in your own hacker layer. So we will put a lot of emphasis on creating the characters and creating the narrative to those characters, and they will have personality, and then they can do different things in the office. What we maybe mean with the fast, what's more faster to produce is then the 3D world and the running part. And because of the 2D will absolutely take time, a lot, but because of the limited content and the limited locations, we'll believe that it's still possible to get that audience with it.
Makes sense, thank you.
Yeah.
Then coming from a narrative background as well, I can tell you it's a hard place to be. Narrative games, the players, a lot of the research shows that they actually just skip half of the story, where we put a lot of blood, tears and effort to make it amazing. So how good the art, the art is great and it supports the story already by the loops. On the story, will it be more of a filler or something that the players can interact and choose their own paths? Or is it more like click, go through to actually get into the fun gameplay kind of thing?
I think currently, because we are still in the sort of runner and then some people might complete the game quicker, then there is the chance that they will unfortunately miss a lot of the narrative. But we do really want to give that to the players who are interested in it. so that then they can really like stay and chill and talk to the characters. And we also hope that we can add some other cutesy things that you could do in the office, such as maybe like decorate it a little bit, or like just like chat around, maybe put some music and like have it in the background. So we hope that it will also satisfy the narrative players, but then we do risk is that there are players who just don't care about the narratives and will just play a running game, but we'll also be happy about that. Yes.
One more thing I wanted to add is we might focus on the characterization of these characters instead of really a complicated story outside of these characters, whereas just having random tidbits of them talking with each other is the core like narrative experience, because our target audience seems to enjoy the world building of these worlds. Not many of them have that much story in a sense, but they have well-defined worlds and in a way stories of those worlds instead of stories of the people.
So maybe I would just flag it as a risk for you guys to think you're telling in a way that you are going to put a lot of emphasis and focus on the art style, which will be like a place where the players actually spend the least time in your game. So just consider how the balance will be. And then last point from the story side is that it would be great if in the presentation there's like a flavor text, like in books or movies. Now it was specs, so kind of sell the story fast. So thank you.
Hello. Just a brief comment about the trailer. I don't know how far you are in the sound design, but I think for this kind of games and this kind of concept, it would be really nice for us to have a little bit of the taste of the sound design during the gameplay. I think will make it brighter and more exciting for us. But I will resonate about the difficulty about this game in terms of being in a mix of two genders with different audiences. So there's people that doesn't like, they want fast games just about gameplay and doesn't like to stop to enjoy the narrative. And the opposite, you have some players that want to enjoy the narrative, but they doesn't like to have a fast ability game to play. So how I know that you really address it, but in terms of marketing, when a player see your game, to not have them frustrated about having a different thing they are expecting and give bad reviews, how you will position this game to say that's what you have? Narrative, runner, tech, what is the core concept that you sell about this game?
Well, to me it's really the cute roguelite genre, the cute roguelite audience. So games like Cult of the Lamb do have that difficult roguelike gameplay, but they are really sold on those visuals. Jonna here, being an expert on cute roguelites, as her own words, we really think the character designs and the visuals are the things that are going to sell, but then we also do have to convince the audience that the runner gameplay is what they're looking for. But we don't really think that some of these roguelites the people are that particular about the gameplay specifically, but they like it for the whole aesthetic. Do you have anything to add?
I think you're summarizing.
Just one up. Yeah. So I would kind of maybe we start to maybe sound a little bit of a broken record, but I would also kind of say that it feels a little bit of a disconnect between the two parts. You have a Disco Elysium type of story stuff that is drawing certain kind of audience, and then you have this fast-paced, really cool and fun-looking gameplay that is probably for the totally different audience, and the kind of when you actually put those two into this kind of a Venn diagram, the overlap might be actually surprisingly small. And even if the kind of there would be the overlap, it might be that the time of day or the kind of need that it is feeling in the user's needs might be totally different. That they play one a storyline for these kind of relaxing long periods of fun, and then they need these fast-paced stuff to just for different reason. And then if your game is trying to kind of fill two needs at the same time, it's kind of a complex thing. My actual question was that, is it based on Harjoitustori? There was the sauna sign that was like, seems very, very familiar to me.
Yes, we intend to set the game in Finland and Helsinki region and bring as many Helsinki references as we can and do a bit of some Nordic representation as well, but we are mostly based inside, so it's not that easy.
But I have to say, like, there's still a lot of work to be done on the art direction. I like that there is like a very common uniting palette, but there is still kind of work to be done so that those two different parts wouldn't seem like different games altogether. So it probably needs something more than just a palette to tie those two parts together. Just a comment. Or thank you.
Great, thank you for the pitch. It's a niche game, it's not for everybody, and that's good in my opinion. And I think in this business, being original is good. So just focus what you want to do, and I think that's good. I like the contrast between the two, and I think there should be even more 2D handcrafted. The other side, other is the vector art, that part. But I want to ask how far you are with the story. Do you have a story in mind? Is that written? Or if it's more about the world building, is there a world and now you just need to figure out how to tell them?
I would say we definitely have a world. So we have done quite a lot of research and background lore. So we definitely have the backstory where this AI takes over, how it takes over. So we have all that figured out. What we definitely need to do after this Gate 2 is to write the narrative for the gameplay itself. So we have sort of the starting points of what the background story is like and who are these hackers, who are these characters, but we don't have it so detailed that we would have a script, basically.
Okay, I will push that forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't really have much to add. I think pretty much everything I want to say has come out. I just want to stress that if you want like fun art and stuff, the characters will be super important, and you didn't really introduce the characters here, so that's a big risk that you still haven't even thought about them that much.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. One more game. Ooh. Then we let's do this first, then I'll do this. And please work. Same. Same feeling. Amazing. Okay. Raise the clicker. Yeah. Don't.
Okay, hello everyone. Our team is Team Coil. My name is Joachim. I'm the creative lead, and this is Ida, our team lead and lead artist. And there's also Lemon there at back row, our lead programmer and designer as well. Okay, let's go. And our game is a narrative-driven horror stealth game with deck building. So the main part is the horror stealth game, but there are deck building aspects to it. It's a top-down 2D graphics. It's for PC and console. The main input system we designed for a controller. It's targeting a male hardcore gamers aged from 18 to 40. And we were thinking about having a price range from 15 euros to 20, well, actually dollars. And a bit about the gameplay. So, in the game, the player controls a character trapped in a maze-like treehouse where they must avoid and escape a monster stalking the player. And in order to survive, the player must use ability cards to stay hidden and navigate the level. And the cards affect, for example, light, so the player can gather more information about the environment and the location of the monster. Sound, so the player can dampen the sounds they make to stay hidden and hear the monster better. And the level itself, so the player can create shortcuts, hiding spots and traps to anticipate and hinder monster movement and behavior. And to balance the cards, all cards have positive effects. So for example, using decoys to distract the enemies. But they do also have a negative effect. So for example, using the decoy card may weaken the light in the level. And all the negative effects are randomized, or they change when you use the cards, but the positive effects are the ones that stay. So this means that the player must build an effective deck of cards that synergizes well together in order to survive in terms both of the positive effects and the negative effects. So basically the game is a tightrope 1v1 game of hide and seek, where creating a deck is crucial in order to survive. And we spent a lot of time with the monster design. The AI is super sophisticated, just because we feel that it's the most important part in a game like this. The AI will probably make or break the game. And this is a narrative-driven game, so we do have a story revolving around a missing childhood friend, a local decommissioned nuclear power plant, in a Polaroid camera, and we do have a story written out. Okay, so our unique selling points. It combines popular top-down horror and deck-building genres in a new, unique way, but the focus is on the top-down horror. The inspiration for the game was Alien Isolation, gameplay-wise, but we felt that Alien Isolation is not that deep gameplay-wise, so this is our own twist to make it better. And the second part is a new weird atmosphere or genre. We felt that it has become a part of Finnish game industry's brand, mainly because of Remedy. But we really like it, and we want to continue using that. So this means dark atmosphere, story with magical realism, and kind of Twin Peaks vibes. And we feel that the new weird could act as a brand backbone of the company. And one of the main narrative twists in our game is sentient deck. So the player also uses cards, but the deck doesn't always want to do the same thing as you want it to do. So the deck has its own agenda, and it's super closed. It's an intimate part of the story and gameplay. And we want to give an illusion that the deck communicates with the player through the cards, which is the main gameplay media. So we do have a bit of gameplay demonstration, but it's a super janky, as you can see, because it's just a playable demo. But the main part is about exploring levels and trying to find an exit that goes to the next level. Since it's a stealth game, you explore and make various amounts of sound when you explore, which in the prototype you can see as the visual, like the circle. And on the bottom of the screen you can see the cards that the player has in her disposal. Yeah, this next one. And there we can see a bit of the monster. And before we can see the entity, light cone, the player can actually see the steps. It makes sounds as well, but obviously we cannot demonstrate it here. And this is the third one, right? Yes. So here the player uses cards to distract the enemy. Those are also communicated by the cones. And as the player realizes that they're in danger, they try to outrun the enemy. Okay, this is the first one.
Yes.
So that's a light to see where the enemy can see more of the level to kind of anticipate the enemy movement. And they try to distract the enemy to make a run for it, because you simply cannot outrun the enemy. You have to use cards to kind of affect the enemy behavior and try to escape the level.
Okay. Visual design. Yeah. We are going for a low saturated color palette. We chose from the level snake color. This is the first level. And light is important to us. And here we have the smooth
deck dynamics and animations with 3.
Sorry,
No!
that's on purpose.
Okay, what happened? Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, and our deck is made of Polaroid photos, and the sentiment comes through with the text itself. They're black and white or grayscale, and the font can be changed for accessibility. And all the important information, like the severity of the negative effect, is told by true shapes, so that people with color blindness can enjoy it too. And all the important information is always on the left corner where the negative effect changes. So player hopefully registers it quickly.
So a bit about market research. Coil, sorry. So a bit about the market research. We didn't find that much similar games to Coil, but we felt that top-down horror is the closest one, and we felt that it's super popular, and there are a lot of good comparable examples, as you can see there. Then we took a look of like horror deck builders as well, but we felt that it's not that big of a genre. There are a couple of games, none of them that good, but our emphasis is mostly on top-down horror, and we want to use the cards to kind of do another twist on the genre. And there are a couple of outliers named on the bottom: Inscription, Pony Island, Iron Lung, Buckshot Roulette. We felt that indie horror type games that have a unique twist in the gameplay and in the narrative have a potential to go viral, but obviously that's not something that we rely on. But yeah, yep. Let's go forward.
Most of the audiences that we considered were true player profiles, where our players might spend their time and how much money they might have. So that's mainly our market research on the target audience, because straight out there isn't one. Yes, and team up for EGL members. Please come talk to me if you want to join us and if we get through. And business person is something that we would need very badly. What else? Yes, maybe just a short note. For EGL, we'd like to make a vertical slice of Coil with 2 levels. And if it goes through Gate 3 and gets good feedback from our veterans, we'd like to present it to a publisher. But currently, yeah, tie. And that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah. You have to say that when you started, I was like, okay, which one was this from the last time? But then when you finally got to the Sentient deck, I was like, oh, the Sentient deck game. And I think it was pretty much established last time that the Sentient deck was the thing that everybody was the most excited about. So why did you not mention it until like halfway through the presentation? Like, why didn't you start that, hey, we have a Sentient deck? Because that is, I think, the most exciting thing about this game.
Yeah, well, we felt that we cannot fully rely on the sentience of the deck. We felt that the core game loop has to be fun and interesting enough without the sentience of the deck, but the sentient deck is there to give it more flavor and like take our game to the next level, as you would say. But yeah, we're not like trying to like play down on the sentient part. We still focus heavily on that, but it's still that we felt that we need to first design the core game loop to be as best as possible, and then focus on the sentience.
Yeah, I think, well, for your core loop, I think there's plenty of other games that are similar enough that it's not that risky. I think the Sentient deck is the one that you should try to get right as soon as possible, and that will be, I think, your main selling point. And I think also your art was pretty good. I love that you had like a separate gameplay prototype and then the art separately. So, and I think, well, horror is always a good genre, and I also like that you said that you have the story written. That's really important to have early on. Yeah, that's all from me.
Hey, I see a lot of people nodding for the Sentient deck, and I might be like kind of on this different side of the kind of room with that. it's an awesome idea to have a sentient deck, but I also see it as a total user experience nightmare to implement, so that it doesn't feel like it's just glitching or being like not responsive, but really get the idea that it's sentient working. Kind of a pitch technical, maybe that's a separate question. It might work, so no need to answer that. I do like the kind of theme. It really gives me flashbacks from Nightmare on the Elm Street, a Espoo game from 1989 that I used to absolutely love growing up. It also has a little bit of a hunter-assassin vibe from the mobile side, so there's a lot of good reference points.
Thank you.
Take those reference points and use them in your advantage. But maybe, like the sentient deck, why didn't you have like a visual of what you're presenting until like on the slide 10 or something? I was like, where is this going to? Like, will it be first person? Will it be top down? How? What will it look like? You can't get me guessing until like slide 10. So.
How the deck actually works is it has shared agency with the player, and that agency comes through a bit on the fourth wall breaking stuff, but it comes through in very specific cases, like when the player is in trouble and the deck like actually talks to you and gives you a card, which they're kind of like quirky surprises that can give emotional content to the player, but it doesn't like constantly speak to you like it would be a communicative partner or anything. Yeah. So that's a bit difficult to present, but you're absolutely right that it should be somehow here.
Will it be good sentient or bad sentient? So will it try to help you or get you killed?
Okay, so it kind of does both. The idea was that it has its own agenda, but you don't necessarily agree with the stuff that the deck wants you to do. So you kind of can obey it, but you can go against it, so that affects the gameplay as well.
Well, it's just some advices on the pitch, because you're mixing a lot of genders in the same game.
Yeah.
And you take too long to show us, and this makes the who is watching the pitch imagine a game in their heads. And then when you show it, you can frustrate the image of that we created about your game. But it's not because your game is not good, but because our imagination created something else. So do not take too long to present what exactly is the gameplay feeling, because it will create some imagination around. And also, I think another pitch, 18 to 40, it's same as nothing in terms of target audience. So prefer to create target audience based on the kind of games they like to play, these kind of things, instead of a random age setup. And also, well, the same thing, like the gameplay balancing of this game, it seems like really difficult to make it good with a sentient deck building. It's also a nightmare game to build, and at the same time you have all the horror things, so you'll need a lot of play testing to make this game being fun, because it's a lot of complexity one on top of each other, so take care about it.
Publisher resources, please.
Hey, thank you. The deck is the core loop here. That's the most interesting thing. We all talking about that, and I think everybody's still thinking about the deck. And I love the fourth wall breaking deck. That is what players will talk about. I got two questions. One, what is your most interesting card idea? The most complicated and most interesting. And I have a second one. I throw the both, and you can figure out who answers. The mock-up was looking good. Why it wasn't in the build?
The mock-up. Actually, we had a bit of a bumps in development, which meant that we deemed it better to make the visual representation as a separate thing from the build itself, to get some prototype testing and making life easier for both the coder and programmer and and the artist. But you're definitely right that it would have been nice to actually implement it and see it in its actual glory and put it first.
Yeah, that's super important to figure out how team works and both can work on the actual game, and that needs to be figured out.
Right,
And then the card idea.
We have
the most complicated.
Most complicated. We all like the idea of kind of play dead. So this is one of the basic cards. So you kind of can avoid conflict by playing dead, but you lose limbs in that scenario as well. So you cannot move that fast then. And then one cool idea was to force the player to sprint all the time. And one idea was to take away all sound, so all sound you make, but also all the sound that the enemy makes. That sort of stuff. But those are probably more of the actual gameplay cards than the narrative side of cards. But we plan to use because of the sentient deck thing, we plan to use cards also in a narrative sense, because they are the way you communicate with the game. So you can use those as a narrative tools as well.
I've literally done similar game pitch from sales concepting to actually making prototypes and trying to launch it without the deck. So deck is a great idea. But you guys have a niche on top of a niche on top of a niche. So you really need the horror genre, crazy hard, storytelling crazy hard, hide and seek very niche, card building, deck building, even more harder. So you really need to think the audience. I agree with you once again, age doesn't tell us anything. Find the motivations of those players and build your business case on top of that to attract the publishers. For the deck building, I really love it, but you have to think the gameplay and play test the hell out of it, because you're putting the player in a stressful situation. You're running away from the monster. You do not have a time to read the tiny cursive text on your old cards, or shuffle the cards at that moment at all. Also, you mentioned the audio as a helping tool for that, but also consider accessibility. So, depending on your platform, will the players play sound on or not, and how many of them can do so. For the business case, that was the thing I'm missing here. So, what actually are your expectations with the publisher?
Maybe I can answer first about just a quick comment on the gameplay. We do realize that it's using cards and moving at the same time is hard. So we are planning. It's hard to communicate with the gameplay because we want to show different scenarios. But the idea was to have the gameplay to be kind of slow, so you are preparing the environment to your advantage more of than you try to avoid the enemy and have ways to survive the encounter with the enemy. So more of a preparing and less of the combat side of things.
Yeah, and also the cards are given in a calm environment, so you can actually research and take them in before you're going in a direction where you have to run from it in panic and try to spam every card.
Time.
All right.
Yes.
Good job. All right. Wow, we're halfway there. But don't worry, we actually have snacks and coffee and that kind of stuff there on the just behind here. Don't go through here, even though I showed. So we have 10 to 15 minutes break. I will holla you when we get back. And amazing job all the teams so far. Let's get going. Woo!
I see the Genelec is on, but there's no sound.
Why there's no sound? There was sound earlier. Mä testasin teidän slideilla, siinä oli äänet. Nyt kaikki kuulee striimistä tämä, mitä mä puhun.
Vois täällä kuulla? Niin.
Mitä?
Onks täällä ääntä? Onks täällä ääntä? Jos me laitetaan tänne videon, niin ainakin merisää kuuluu, mutta se alkoi saman tien vaan se.
Kyllä.
Niin tuliko merisää täydestä?
Mun mielestä kuuluu. Okei, joo.
Kyllä se kuulee.
Eiks mulla vaan ollut äänen?
Se on apparently.
Guys, just in case somebody is looking for it, there are restrooms here, and then down the corridor behind the glass doors.
Yeah, for us. We have a picture at the beginning.
In case you didn't sign up, kindly do so. It's just for our personal use.
Do have audio.
Personal use.
You're gonna fix it?
It's fixed.
Okay. Yay! Okay, we have some.
Unfair. No, you don't get sound. Others didn't get sound, so it's unfair competition.
Did they have videos in your I think?
Both.
Okay.
But I did the sound check earlier, but one setting was off. I hope everybody in the stream is enjoying this.
Could we test it? Because all we need is we need to hear if the boom comes in.
No, if YouTube works, so it works.
YouTube works. Okay.
So if YouTube works,
Oh, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? You're messing up everything?
no, 2 teams came here to complain.
Hello stream. Everything is broken as it should be. Is the sound back? Way, sound should be a little bit better now, but still there, getting there. Next year it will be better. Hello everybody in the stream. Happy to have you there. All right. This is what we are talking next. Clicking. All right. Click works. When everybody settles down, we will have a running kick off stand thing. Yes, no, maybe. Everybody, please sit down before I get even bigger and greener than right now. Sorry, I just needed to make an impact. Everybody's having too much fun. I can't have that. So, awesome. Are we having one judge flying to the nest? Awesome. And one tree is falling in the background. Okay. Without further ado, are we ready? 1 second, so we have a clock on. Another clock. All right, yes. Without further ado, you go. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Roope Hänninen.
And hello, I'm Saska Liiman, and we are here today to present to you Dungeon Crawl, a game about making new friends and losing them. Black screen.
Time out. Wrong picture.
Not that. Mama Tiki.
No, it's not the other room.
Yes, I know. Wait.
No.
It's scary, for sure.
Very bad.
Why is it?
Sorry, little technical issues here. For record, this isn't part of our pitch.
Okay, no, I killed it again. Please.
What's showing now is the agenda. Different camera.
How many cameras do we have here?
Okay.
Can you turn it off now?
Hey.
En tiedä.
Hi, what is this?
Pitäisi olla. On the other screen. Okay, now it's this. Where do you start the presentation here?
Somebody give coffee to the TVs.
Voisi laittaa full screenin meille.
Koska mä en Mackiä käytä tosiaan.
Se on PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you're back.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's start where we left off. So, this is Dungeon Crawl is the name is a placeholder. It's a first-person turn-based dungeon crawl roguelike, and the player starts with one or two characters lost in a dungeon and has to find and recruit other lost souls and delve deeper to find an escape or unravel the secrets of the dungeon. Past 8 weeks, we managed to make a prototype, and we'll have some footage right here. So, the characters you start with have some scant few skills, and you can recruit some, finding them through events or just lost. The game has turn-based combat and exploration. It is dynamic, so you can transition into combat whenever you like, and you can exit it whenever you like to escape. The characters can transfer skills to each other, teach them. So there is this theme of teamwork. To mix things up with gameplay, the enemies of course have resistances. They might just nullify all damage of certain type, but if you land a critical or hit their weakness, your next turn comes faster. And of course it's a roguelike, so death is permanent, and you should probably flee before your entire team gets wiped out. So here's the key features that I just mentioned. The characters have certain sort of skills that can be advanced and can be talked to other characters. We are using very limited palette with 4 tones and some key colors. And our sort of narrative themes are about display coverage and funding during ordeals. Narrative design, storytelling is to tie all sort of elements together, and the sort of central plot idea is characters are sustenance for a living labyrinth. We are using these elements of narrative for branding as well. It helps our audiovisual direction, matching the atmosphere, sound and image, and overall lets us create an entertainment product that people can discuss, dissect, and speculate upon online.
So, as we saw in the video, around 6 weeks into development, we were able to do a WebGL build of the game and run some playtest on it in itch.io. We distributed the link to the game in Discord channels and in our LinkedIns, and we got over 200 views on the page and over 100 people playing it, and the survey was filled by 15 players. The results were overall positive from like the overall feel of the game, and the visual style, as we expected, was the biggest draw that we had. A third of the people answering the survey were interested or willing to buy the full game of this based on this prototype, and the rest would consider buying it. And this prototype didn't have all the UI stuff in it, and user experience was a bit lacking, as we knew, but we were able to fix some of those, and the lack of audio was one of the main things that people were giving critique.
Now the production. Our goal is to produce a demo by the end of September. The demo would have all of these core mechanics of the game and have its roguelike loop set, so people can start their runs, find the characters, delve deeper, die, or complete the game. For the development scale is decided afterwards, and our platform of choice is PC and Linux. Switch and Switch 2 are kept consideration post-launch. We need dev kits for that. This is not, however, not a fully polished, fully realized game. What can we do with more time, people, and funding? More content, more mechanics, business, art, audio, story, and other things such as community management. So there's a lot we can do with a lot more people and more funds. This is a scalable sort of project. We think like it will take about 6 months to produce a full game after we get done with the demo, and it will probably take about 60 to 90k with team to 4 to 6, hopefully, probably on the lower end of the team size. And here's our market study regarding the genre. These were plucked from Analytics, and as you can see, the bottom 30% median, top 25 are decent, and we didn't include the top 5% that broke very handily a million. Our biggest competitions are listed below. These are a bit of an outliers, unfortunately, but we are most likely going to be competing with them. So I think it's reasonable they are there. As mentioned, these are from Analytics, which includes only Steam games. There are no console sales or sales on other platforms, and we excluded top wish class games to reduce the amount of free games on their lists. The combination of genres is quite favorable. It's an existing niche that has an existing and quite viable market, and our strong visual identity lets us stand out. Our risks, of course, are that we don't have really any much mainstream appeal, and we might appear archaic. So on random looker, it might not look that good of a game. One surprising region that appeared was Japan. Wizardry, the 5 Ordeals, has sold 78% of its sales in Japan. It might be because of region. And the Etrian Odyssey collection, the Japan amounted to about 13% of the sales. These are Japanese developed games, but it's a surprising amount considering Japan's Steam market is still growing. As for funding the full game, we are looking at a bunch of options. Our first idea is to finding a publisher with fitting portfolio. We of course hope we can get also assistance on marketing and quality assurance. Then we are also looking at variety of grants we can use to kickstart our company, like an ITKA grant and Tempo Innovation Sponsor. And on the other side of things, we have crowdfunding, which can be used to supplement the funds, but it can't be used to fund the game fully, and it needs a third party due to Finland's stance on money gathering. And early access is more relevant when we have a demo, but since it's people consider it a soft launch of sorts, so we need a certain level of quality and finality to perform well. And bank loan is our last option if we need to cover some sort of gaps in our funding. Here's our production timeline, roughly. Not much to say about it, other than there is going to be a content lock midway to September, when we are not going to be implementing anything new to the game, but rather polishing what we have and fixing the experience and making sure it shines. Our team currently has 2-3 people. I'm Saska Liiman, as mentioned. I am a bit of a generalist, mostly doing programming and designing. Roope here has been doing a bunch of art and some little programming. And Ali Hosseini has been assisting us with audio and added audio to our demo video. And here what sort of people we are. This actually looks like we have still 9 minutes, but this is 9-minute mark, but oh well.
Okay. Yeah. Let's not argue with the clock.
Yeah. And now on to the questions.
You can show the slides you missed if you want.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just thank you. So thank you.
Well, I will start too. I really like the retro art style and the concept. You thought that it's kind of a risk, but in fact, this nostalgia feelings, it's a good market proposition. There is a lot of games going retro, and a question that is regarding this: what kind of mood and feeling your game recover from this genre that other games that is launched do not? So going back in time and feeling this kind of dungeon games, what kind of uniquenesses you have in your game?
The sort of sense of exploration and finding new things and experimenting with combinations of characters and character abilities. As I mentioned, one of our key features is teaching other characters skills or transferring them, and you can build your team this way, transferring some skills one has and combining them with other skill sets to potentially create very powerful combinations.
And just one comment. You said that you have a survey. It's really nice initiative, but 15 replies do not give you any direction, because there is a lot of possible bias. So
yeah, we are very aware of that. We have bias, and of course, when we distribute this sort of survey on roguelike or dungeon crawling channels, these are people who would likely want to play our game and try it out.
So without enough number of replies, you not use it for you and also for representation, because can degenerate some biases. But the initiative is nice. But
it's unlimited. Of course, we would have wanted more replies, but we couldn't stand behind them and have gun in our hands to make them reply in our survey.
Great. No? Yes? Maybe now?
Now, yes. Okay, thank you. Great pitch, great looking game. That's easy to sell. I'm confident that the encounters and fighting looks like fun enough, but I'm interested at the level structure. So, are right now the levels handcrafted? And you say there's a lot of adventuring. What kind of choices player has on the exploration?
Yes.
Instead of
currently the levels are not procedural generated, but that is the plan. We ran just into few snags during our development and didn't have time to fully develop our procedural generation. So it currently uses just few set of handcrafted levels. As for sort of exploration, we want not only have just this sort of wandering enemies, but also different sort of encounters, events, different sort of rooms where you might have to make choices. And based on that, you might improve your existing characters or recruit new ones, or possibly sort of evaluate this sort of risk versus reward.
Okay, as a very I'm sad to hear that.
Yeah, sorry.
But you say the story is the big thing. How do you tell the story?
Yes, that is. Since this is our roguelike, be mostly thinking about trying to tell it through many different gameplays. We don't expect players to complete this on first go. Oh, this is wrong slide. And we have been thinking even about possible story mode that is a bit of longer campaign to contrast this sort of more shorter, smaller gameplay, smaller session games.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to say that I still like the game a lot. I think it looks great and it has a lot of potential and a realistic market and everything. I do think that you should, by this point, already have a name for the game, or at least some suggestions for the name. You are already quite far. And also, if I can talk to you about the procedural generation, I've done that quite a lot. So if you want some pointers, come talk to me.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I thought you could hear a little, but. What was your question? Yeah, so just comment. Okay, sorry. But yeah, thank you.
I have to also say I absolutely love the kind of retro art style. I would kind of recommend to kind of stick with it and go like full on with that. Don't break it with sprites that are going outside that palette.
Yeah.
Like for example, the dead sprite looked kind of off. Like keep with the existing aesthetic, like 100% is my advice on the art style. It's one of my favorite genres, one of the oldest genres. So it definitely has people who are interested in this, but like other judges were also asking, like, I'm really not necessarily grasping like how it will differ from other games like this. So maybe you could still kind of try to explain me like what's the main difference to other dungeon crawlers.
Yes, I think it's more on the mix of how dungeon crawling and roguelike elements are mixed. As in a lot of dungeon crawlers, you have a very preset sort of party. You had like in Etrian Odyssey, just create your party before you enter the dungeon, and our goal is to sort of make you have to find different sort of people and maybe even grow attached to these characters and try to sort of make sure that they are in best shape and how you use their different skill sets to advance yourself in this dungeon. And from in opposition to roguelite genre in overall, it is that we are party-based in general, as many roguelikes are very single character based and used to and you focus to improving one character.
Alrighty, I got really excited on the start, like create character, create a punchline of that gaining friends, losing the friends. And then it became a presentation of options. So if I would be investing, I would be very confused. Am I investing to get these people for you that you now present? Am I investing getting my money? And then you had a long list of potential money for you guys. So if I would be a publisher investor, I would be like, why am I looking? Why do you need me?
Yeah,
Why
sorry.
am I here?
Sorry. I think it's just kind of difficult in the sort of nature of game lab that we are not necessarily. This is not necessarily a real pitch for getting to a company to get funding. So it's kind of half and half, that we have to just showcase that we have plans for how we are going to get our funding.
But
And
that's kind of thing. Is this a plan? Now this is a list of potential plans.
yeah, potential.
So focus on what is
Yeah.
called the one thing that you really
Yeah.
want to go for. And same with the marketing study. So I have to agree that the survey was it looks great until you said it's 15 people and
Yeah.
to the trash this goes. And
Yeah,
basically
it's unfortunate.
you could get more survey answers by just asking in this room, going by door, going to ITV. So there are chances to get those answers. But as it is now, it unfortunately don't give value, and it could skew my idea of the like popularity or chances of this game. So really think the value, what is this presentation for you guys and what it is for the ones who are listening to the pitch. And on the market study, also simplified quite a lot. So you have a lot of specs and info. Can you maybe just one more forward? Here it's like you use this tool, but this doesn't give me value. So what was the kind of finding from this tool? And really focus once on those punchlines to make it really sell and well.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
From the marketing perspective, I have a question that I have never seen your name pop up anywhere, as in like TikTok, social media, in any single way. Are you planning on using those to outsource your name in any kind of sense, or are you just planning on like releasing on Steam and going with that?
Yeah, I'm not really a people person, unfortunately, and marketing is one of my worst points. So I'd like to have someone to handle that for me. But as I'm, of course, I have some overall ideas of marketing, like how we are going to put this game out before release, like have a sort of social media channel, and possibly things like game development blogs to sort of open the development and whatnot.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you guys. Sorry for heckling here, but yeah, the OBS is broken. Anybody who can speak OBS, we need to have a small technical break while we re-break the OBS.
Right now.
Yeah, right now, yeah, before you guys.
OBS. No, I haven't used
OBS.
We use something else in the...
Yeah, the video. Yeah, the screen capture is broken, so I only thing I guess, can I reset it?
Or with Mac specifically?
It shouldn't be that much different, but we have screen capture here, and I wish I should like reset the source, but I don't know if I can do that.
Let's quickly just do this. Yeah. Whoop.
Because that's the one frozen. Restart capture. Can that fix us?
Yes.
Yes. Oh,
there you go.
So in our case, we have video first? I think it's on YouTube.
One tip: the audio. If you have audio in the video,
Yeah.
it overwhelms your voice.
No, we don't speak.
No, we don't speak during the trailer.
All right. I think I foxed it. Yeah, we foxed it. We had a person who can speak OBS, and that's not me. Next up is
the video,
and everything is perfect. Okay, I'll give clicker works really well, and there you go, a mic. And is the timer ready? Wait, hold. Our clock people turn invisible.
Stop.
Oh wow, that's fancy. I don't want to show that to everybody. Well, that's illegal in so many levels.
Sorry.
That's illegal in so many levels. I hate everything. Thank you for doing this to me.
The gods weep, and yet humanity persists in their hubris. They bring chaos and disease, and I must restore order.
We've known only for a moment, but you give me hope. Even if I forget you are there, will you still help me?
People. Hello everybody, we're a team of 3.5 people. I'm Keksi, here's Martin, and here's Ann behind ourselves. She's missing her glasses, give her a break, okay? We're going to tell you about Twilight Fairy, please, which is a spiritual adventure, puzzle adventure about emotions set in a world inspired by Finnish mythology. Here is Tytti, the guardian of the ferry to the afterlife. She was created by the gods for one purpose: help lost souls cross to the other side. But humans start growing on her, and she starts to question her creator Tuoni, who decides to erase her memories. This cycle continues until you, a guiding spirit from another world, intervenes. You see what happened to Tytti, but now Tuoni notices someone is helping her. This is the game's core loop. Starting from the most common activity on the left, you explore the world, interact with spirits, manage Tytti's memories, and confront corrupted enemies in a spell singing contest. You progress by collecting memories and use them to solve puzzles, and you win the game by reaching Tuoni, who's the last boss of the game. Here you see a visual target of Tuonela, the afterlife. We use 2D pixel art for that nostalgic feeling and to leave room for your imagination. And combine that with 3D lighting to add atmosphere and bring the world to life in a way that rarely 2D games do it. Here you see a visual target of Tytti's favorite campfire, or something she would call home. We would love to see you stop and enjoy the slow sunset while you listen to the sounds of the river, the rustling leaves, and songs of the Finnish wildlife. On the top, you are encountering an environmental puzzle, but Tytti is missing something. If you find a memory which would remind Tytti what courage is, she skips across, giving you more to explore. Here you are in a narrative puzzle encounter. Tytti's behavior is limited by her memories, and her mind can only grasp 3 at a time. Tytti always has 1 good, 1 neutral, and 1 bad memory active. You will choose which ones, and you will find more of them during your journey. If you travel somewhere far away, you must plan which memories Tytti needs most, because she cannot meditate just anywhere. Our current prototype has basic functionality that's designed to be easily scalable. We have refined the basic action feedback loops, implemented a quest system with rewards, a memory management interface that's really basic, not as beautiful as you saw on the last slide, and interactables with dialogue as you see here. And just an example, we have 3 different outcomes using 3 different options in a quest dialogue. The game is inspired by personal and story-rich narrative experiences and also atmospheric games with beautiful aesthetics. We decided to combine these with the mythic and exotic nature of Finnish mythology for a novel fantasy adventure. We have competition, Spiritfarer, Grace, Old Man's Journey, One Shot, Deltarune, the list just goes on. But we differentiate them with a fresh setting, a narrative that's aware of the player's existence in the story, and weaving the emotional journey together with the puzzles.
In order to get a better understanding of our position within the market, we did a market analysis. We looked at the games within our genre and we filtered them with the genres that are below there. And we came to a reasonable segment where the average price of the game is $12 and the average playtime is around 4 hours. The median revenue here is 40K and total revenue can be up to 41 million. This leads to a challenge, which is that it is a small market, and that means that there is a smaller revenue that is generated. So effective marketing and visibility are definitely needed. But there's also potential. Namely that while the median revenue is modest, successful indie games in this genre can generate like a significant revenue through strong storytelling, intriguing gameplay, and a good community building strategy. So we were now thinking, who is playing these games? So we were looking at the genres and at the aforementioned competitors, which are games like Undertale, like One Shot, Gris, Old Man's Journey. They are, they're narrative-based puzzle adventure games with a strong story. And we came to our to a certain customer persona. So this is the persona. These are the people that play the most. We've seen that they are aged between 18 and 30, normally identify as female or non-binary, and they, like said, enjoy playing puzzle adventure, narrative-driven games or RPGs, usually more slow-paced games on PC or Nintendo Switch, which is also what we're going for with this game. They are they're usually quite into indie games and culture, and also active on social media, which brings us to our next segment, is how do we reach them? Well, through strong community building on different platforms like Discord, also reaching out through TikTok, so social media content creation, teaming up with content creators and influencers in order to reach the target audience, and also streaming, and one of these could be streaming the development ourselves. Another strong thing that is very important here is the visuals and trailers, because the visual and storytelling in these games is very important for our target audience, so we want to leverage that. For our roadmap, we are currently in the Espoo Game Lab, and we aim to release a playable demo by the end of EGL that we can then put online. During the last production, we will also be starting community building and start a Steam page, and we will be using the demo as market validation to see how we stand in this market, and based on that, aim for further production and an eventual launch of a full game during Steam's Next Fest in June 2025. When looking at funding, what we notice is that the primaries are self-financing, but also public grants that we could go for. Secondaries would be crowdfunding and also indie game accelerators like the Wings Interactive or A16Z. When it comes to our team, we already have quite a good team with years of experience and capabilities that cover a lot of the necessities in order to make this game. We also have an outreach with people that have pitched in for instance, audio and narrative. But if we want to make this, we want to take this game off the shore and into the river, so to speak, we would need extra people on board, and those are, for instance, a lead game designer, 2D or 3D artists, a writer and a narrative designer is very important here, and ideally an extra programmer for Unity. And if we have all of those people on board, and then we know that we can make this into a nice and unforgettable experience. Thank you very much.
Can I just steal what I'm pretty sure everybody else also thinks like, it looks amazing. It looks really, really, really great. So I wanted to quickly take the mic and get that comment out. Also, really, really great use of VTAR. Both of the kind of visual target shots were really naming your ambition, like where you want to take it. Even though that the kind of gameplay in the trailer is not yet there, that's exactly what the VTAR should be used for. Aligning the team, aligning the expectations of the audience that you're pitching it to, like really great additional points from me from good use of VTAR. I did have some question there as well about the business case. I really also like it that you have researched some alternative ways of funding it. What was the kind of timetable of like the overall funding that you were looking for making it reality? Funding. So.
Sorry, I missed the last part of the question.
How much funding would you need to get it to like full launch, fully out there?
So currently, the only thing that we know for sure is the cost for outsourcing an original soundtrack. I have talked to a friend of mine, and he has given us an estimate, but everything is like moving at the moment below 5K. If we would self-finance the project, this is all I can say at the moment. And the demo would be developed during EGL, and that doesn't have a budget at the moment.
Cool. How complete of a game will that playable be? Like how much content there will be for that playable?
We were juggling an idea of an epilogue of the story, so maybe an hour, 30 minutes. A fraction, really, to give the audience a taste of how the story starts, maybe end with a like really strong cliffhanger. Introduce some of the mechanics, because they can be only introduced after the epilogue, when to lose their memories. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
I can maybe go next. First of all, really good presentation, really good structure. You solved the visualization at the start, and you have the call to action and bonus points for that. Something to make it even more stellar, perhaps you mentioned the player personas, which is great. That was lacking from many of the presentations. But also on there, the motivations were kind of lacking. So now we know a little bit more the geolocation and that stuff, but why do they play? And then you connect the link for social media, which you also mentioned in the marketing as a big highlight. But there's 0 benchmarks, reach social media, there's like 800,000 of those, and that is one of the most expensive ways to also market. So try to give a more justification why the social media would be a good strategy for you guys. Why does it relate for this audience? And then maybe my only question is, what is the actual hook of the story?
The hook of the story.
Tough one.
Yeah, I think when we start from the epilogue, the player notices that they're being watched. I don't want to spoil too much, but something that One Shot does is really interesting. Breaking the fourth wall, yeah, I can say that. That might be the first hook, and then going forward, it's all about the characters, one of our design pillars. We didn't bring any of them forth at the moment because only one of them has been written so far. The hook of the story. I think it would really be seeing Tutti grow and interact with these characters, and then you would see her kind of like collect these lost pieces of something that she once remembered, maybe something that was experienced with those characters before, and then you actually doing the work of like solving the puzzle of giving that back to her, and that's character progression in our eyes, yeah, for the main character.
And that will connect really nicely with the motivation. So you're looking for users who actually love the character building and that kind of thing.
Yes.
And just framing it in one punchline, it would be really good.
The hook, yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. A lot of interesting things there and a lot of questions. But I will focus on the encounters. Is it the right word for the encounters? You have the with character.
We had. Do you mean the puzzle encounters, the dialogue?
Yeah, but the puzzle encounters maybe I'm looking for. You choose between 9 abilities or choices,
Right.
and you have 3 before
So how do they
the
work?
encounter. And I'm asking basically, well, yeah, how they work, but I'm most interested, what are the choices for the player if they choose beforehand what 3 choices they have? What kind of, is it like a narrative driven the outcome, or is there more systematic based, or is it missing?
Yes, we could go actually back to this slide. So this is how you start a dialogue with an example NPC, an example quest, and the bad choice would be to choose some of the like more angry approaches from the negative emotions that would make him scared. The give is not long enough, but he actually starts running away from you. And choosing one of the good ones doesn't really do anything for the old man because he wants empathy, and the empathy is found from the neutral ones. So the puzzle is figuring out, reading the dialogue, like what does this character need? If you have one of them with you, let's say that we might have like 3 to 5 correct choices for this character, but someone who's really tough to crack, they might only have one memory that you need to use for them, and for that guy you might need to go back somewhere and change it. But that's the choice. You need to approach someone, figure out what they need.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I would avoid that there is no like, I guess the designer said like just try to guess what's the right option on there, and then when you have a branching, then it's a lot of content all of a sudden. So there is some design to do there.
That is something I have crunched on a lot. Yes.
Yes, that's very good. And I'm very happy that you referenced the Undertale. They do pacing very well, so take some learnings from there.
We're planning to use third-party software to manage the branching.
Nice. So a lot of nice things. Good feedback. It's starting with a teaser to make the expectations high. So it's a good thing to make. And also I like that the slides with not a amount of text, because you are speaking, and in some slide with a lot of text you try to read and understand, and it's messy. So it was really nice balanced speech presentation in this sense. It seems that what it lacks to make this game more awesome in terms of concept is the complexity of the narrative design. So I know that you put it in the slide, but I think that's the point that you need, because it will be the difference of this game, because it's a lot of based on narrative, and it's a really complex narrative to do. So how do you thinking to deal with this complexity of the narrative, because there is a lot of possible branches and it's kind of hard?
Currently, the game is developed in such a way that if the dialogue doesn't branch, they have default responses. So only the answers that matter will get a dialogue branch, and then for that we just need a good writer who understands the context and can write it so that it's interesting. But we have tried to make it so that it's as least amount of work for the writer as possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so quickly, I think you have chosen a very hard genre, like narrative games are super hard, they are very hard to market, and you have a very unique kind of gameplay mechanic, which is also very hard to explain, so that's something you really need to think about, how do you get that point across in like 20 seconds, because if you don't, then people don't finish your trailer. Yeah, I think that was basically whatever, everything else was already said, so.
Yes, last minute, very short. Can you still once more explain the memory thing for me? My memory is failing me, and I'm
falling apart.
The whole thing.
The whole thing about the memory thing.
This is how the interface would look if the player would be in the end game. They would start with less memories, so it's less complicated, less choices. Important to say. And here that is meditating, you can do it very rarely at her home.
Time.
Awesome, thank you guys. I'll leave that to me. All right, let's get the criminals on the stage. Joo, sitä tarvitset sitä. I hope this is the right slide. Updated 1022. Yeah. All right. One more thing, like they say in one of really good movie. Pitching mode engaged. Not that page, this page. All right. I'll just swap. There you go.
When you start. Hi, I'm Merja.
My name is Dmitri.
My name is Oona, and welcome to our free-to-play mobile game, True Crime Match. Listen and solve. Why our game? People are looking more and more in Google searches for podcast games, games with podcasts, since gamers are switching apps while playing and listening to audios, forcing them to leave the game, and we don't want them to leave our game just for that. The overview of our game, the time frame takes place in the near future. Our main character is an online detective who's highly trained and expert on rapidly developing technology. She helps in-game characters solving crimes and takes inspiration from them to her own podcast, as she herself is a true podcast lover. Here we have visual target, so let's take a peek to our detective's home filled with places to explore. We are working on semi-realistic style with an environment providing visual elements and that communicates the feeling of areas in the game. We take inspiration from the game named Life is Strange with their three-dimensional graphics, alongside with real-life images and their ambient lightings. Filling the detective's home with casual brown and beige colors to more vibrant purple hues to catch the player's attention but still keeping it serious. We will see more as I maybe to take over.
Thank you. And from here I would like to show you a part of gameplay. So the players will start their game in the hub, which is the loft of our main character. From there, players will be able to get to the different activities while they are listening to the podcast inside the built-in player for the podcast. We want to keep retention of the players, so we plan to add also different mechanics. Some of them is a piles limited by time. By clicking on them, you are launching match-3 gameplay, and you need to browse through the loft, find those objects. By completing this event, players will be rewarded by the objects, which will help them to solve the crimes later on. Additional meta mechanics which we are planning to add is hub customization. By for example, choosing what kind of furniture you would like to place there, or the appearance of the whole place. So, as I mentioned before, we can navigate through the hub and select different activities. Let's select, for example, the PC. From the PC, you have the access to the email list, which is tasks. You can choose the task. When you accept that, you can search for the keywords, which will help you later on the board scene to find the clues. Board scene working as a map. From there, you can launch different match 3D games by choosing which objects you want to find first. Match 3D gameplay, as you can see, already has been built, but we are planning to add several levels of the capacity to this. Some of them, as I mentioned before, is support objects, which are also tied with our monetization mechanics. Also, we giving a high thought how to connect the podcast listening to the gameplay itself. One of those ideas how it can be done is a secret clues. Secret clues will not give you the image of the clue which you need to find, but you will learn about that by the listening of podcasts. You can try to listen and see will it work now.
Curtis was known as a drug addict in the area, and he had also committed other crimes as well. This, as well as the fact that he was 4 years older than Sarah, made her parents extremely worried for her. John and Louise were afraid that Curtis would give Sarah drugs or involve her in other crimes.
So it was a part of the podcast which is highlighted on the timeline. By listening to that, player can get a clue that the clue which he needs to find on Match 3D is drugs. So here is what has been done now and what we are planning to be done. I know that these slides can be confusing, even more when it's 2 screens, but if you will need to leave us with just one thought, I want to be that we are not making another Match 3D game. We are making the platform where the players will be able to access to the different games while they are listening to podcasts. And now to the business side.
Thank you, Dimitri. So we have examined our markets and found out that with Match 3D mechanics, there is significant difference in the success rate when new games enter the market. Compared to other match and merge categories, Match 3D has 8% success rate when other similar genres have well below that. On the 27,000 puzzle games in the market, Match 3D mechanics is still fairly low with just a bit over 200 games with this mechanic. It leaves us leverage to enter the market with new mechanics and storyline implemented in the gameplay. Also, audio stories in gameplay is not a new thing. As a successful game Zombies Run has shown, they have over 10 million players and have teamed up with Marvel Move. In our go-to market in the United States, statistics show more than 50% of Americans enjoy true crime content. Our strategy and what goes to the podcast market size, it is projected to increase over $100 billion by year 2030. Our strategy is to expand the market with our target audience from those who are already playing casual games to those who are not playing at all. On our target audience, we focus especially in women. Research made in the US indicate that women are twice as likely to listen to true crime podcasts than men. And worldwide statistics for women's daily spent time in casual games is average 22 minutes. Polls done in the US and UK also indicate that women are much more likely to make in-app purchases and spend on average 25% more time in mobile game sessions. In our go-to market in the US, millennials and Gen Z spend around 4 to 5 hours weekly around true crime content. So, our monetization, our game is free to play, so we will have a strategy with mixed monetization, with in-app purchases and rewarded ads. The game has one currency that the player can get from one of our many of the game tabs, such as meta piles seen in the visuals, gameplay wins, shop bundles, and also rewarded ads. Sinks describe where the currency is used in the game, such as you can speed up a pile in the meta gameplay, also locked podcast episodes and Match 3D age objects. So Few things about our distribution strategy. We will use our game as an inspiration for our own free-to-listen podcast production about game-related crimes and this game development. Social media and podcaster audience is used for content creation and marketing in the beta test phase. We will have a campaign with the podcasters about how they have been involved in the making of the game, creating hype around our game. So, straight after Gate 2, we start onboarding new team members and dive into development. Gate 3 phase, we will target on beta testing for the Finnish podcaster audience. Soft launch is targeted after Game Lab for a wider audience and with good marketing possibilities in Australia. Global launch is set for 2025. With our 18 members, 1 year cost is around estimated 700,000 euros, and we have estimated a revenue after 1 year with 1k new user daily for 1.1 million euros. So for the beta test audience is located in Finland and focuses on our Finnish podcaster audience, who are involved in our game project already. We will follow their players' KPI for retention, session length, play while listening, play without listening, and of course we will have crucial feedback from the players. At this time, our team has a wide range of experience on different areas of business and games, but we are of course looking for new talents in our team. For example, UI, UX designer, level design, programming and narrative. So, thank you for tuning in.
Nice. Making free-to-play games is hard because there is a lot of complexities on top of it. But I want to focus on these iterations between the true crime podcaster listener and a free-to-play puzzle loops. Because I am a podcast listener, and one of the problems that I started to feel into this game is podcasting is about immersion and narrative interaction. And when you go to the gameplay loop that you presented, it will be more for a puzzle clicker in some times that it breaks my immersion. So I don't know if you play tested it with some podcast listeners and then this audience, but I want to know what you have from, what kind of insights you have from these tests.
Yeah, so the first thing was that I was the kind of like the inspiration for this game, because I do this, I play mobile casual games and listen to true crime. And I had this difficulty with changing with the apps. It ruins the whole gaming experience, and it also ruins the listening experience. So this is why we have thought about the podcast episodes being very mini and kind of like not like 1 hour long, like from 5 to 10 minutes in this game.
And how it iterates with the in-app purchases, because you want to continue to listen to the story, it will be a paywall for you to continue to listen to the story, how it works.
Yeah, it has been statistically shown that people want to spend the currency or watch ads if they have new content in the game. So there will be some of the episodes will be free to play, but some of them will be locked by game currency, and also we might test the ads, how they are working together. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I continue from there? What exactly is the kind of main monetization mechanism?
Main monetization. We will have mixed. Okay, here. So we will have a shop in the game with fun bundles for the currency, and also with there will be some 8 objects and match 3D live.
Yeah.
So these are the ones that we can use in this shop, And
But
then
what will the users use that currency to?
Like what is in the shop bundle, for example?
there will be currency bundles, like in most of the match 3D games, they have like 10,000, 20,000, and then they might have different kind of eight objects in their bundles.
So what will that currency mainly be used for inside the game?
So inside the game, we have different things. There was the meta gameplay where we have piles, time restricted, and they can be speeded up with game currency. Also, we will have the locked episodes, and also when the match 3D live, if you run out of your moves or the inventory is full, you will have to decide, do you want to pay with the currency to continue this game and clear the inventory down below, or if you want to watch an ad to continue and get one life.
Yeah, thank you. That was exactly the kind of thing that I was like looking for, like in this type of games. Like I would say that it's actually more of a tile match than match 3, this type of a game type. All of these games, however, are living and dying on the +5 moves, +3 moves type of mechanism. Like 90% of the revenue in this type of games come from that loop alone, and everything else is extra. And there's a kind of danger with this concept as well, that if you keep the players outside that gameplay loop, that is the most monetizing gameplay loop, you might have a lot of interaction, but it's not converting to revenues. And in free-to-play game, your LTV defines your ability to market the game, and you live and die by that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we had time for explain the level system. When accepting one task, you get, let's say, 5 clue objects you have to find. So one level is 5 clue objects. So you have to play the match 3D game to level up in the game and get more podcast episodes. So that's linked with the levels, so that when you unlock more levels, you get more content as well.
Okay, I definitely want to continue from here. Of course, it's a big risk for me. The monetization plan is not clear, and free-to-play mobile lives and breeds that you can't really go out with that. Why one currency? Because I would say 99.9% of games for a reason have 2 currencies.
Yeah, I can answer that as well. I've been playing mobile games a lot, and one thing that happens with these casual games is that when they have 2 currencies, there's the coins and the gems. It happens that when you get to a certain level of levels, and the game gets harder and you have more money, the softer coin will just lose its. I don't need it anymore. Like that's like it's pointless.
That is exactly, so you would actually buy the one that
Yes,
you need.
yes. So why have 2?
There's a very legitimate reasons for that. I will deep dive, but please consider that from the design point of view. Also, why, like you talk about being the match 3 game, but then your actual emphasis is on like a customization and the stories and all that. So, is there actually is match in the core, or is it not? Is not clear on this.
All right. Yes, I understand. Yes, the match 3D is in the core loop. When you go solve the case, you find the clues from the match 3D. But there is potential for the market to have a game with this mechanic, but with this kind of hub area where the gamer can do a lot of more interactions with the game. So the market has this time 3D match 3D games, but they are only match 3D.
I want to flag it as another risk. Be clear what is your actual core, and if it is match 3, it needs to be match 3, and that is not an easy thing to build. If match 3 is a bonus, fine, but then really explain the actual core and build the monetization around that.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy that we got some mobile giants here because I don't have that kind of interest on the marketing plans or revenues. But one thing what I want to have clarifying, you mentioned on this slide that if one thing I need to remember, it's a platform, not a game. What do you mean about that? Is the game a platform?
Yes. So, as we discussed also before that about Coil, currently, yes, we have built about around the match ID. But we believe that in order to keep the session longer, it will be boring to players to play only one kind of the game. So we want to provide to them mix of them, so it always will fresh like a new experience.
Okay, games or game modes? Completely new games
Yes.
with the new teams? Or
Game modes? Yeah. So
more game within one game, I guess.
yes, it's another mechanics, another things, but not too complex to need to have for that a separate team.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so you said that the game is set in the near future and you play an online detective, but it's true crime game, so I assume that it's like actual crime. The podcasts are about actual crimes. So how do these two things play together? If you're like an online detective, do you actually solve the true crimes, or what's the narrative function there?
Yeah, so the narrative is fantasy, kind of, but inspired by true crime cases. But the podcasts are real true crime cases. But we will link this category with the secret clue episode. From there, you will have the object from the real case. But otherwise, they are kind of separate units. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, one more. Actual cases, actual dead people on the game.
True crime is actual real people. Yes, we have our podcaster online there, so.
Right. Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Hi.
Alright. Oh, you came out of the... You just popped out. You were there all the time. That's scary. One more thing. Alright. Aika selkeä.
Joo,
Klikki.
joku voisi klikkaa. Niin, joo.
Who's gonna click the clicker? Ah.
Haluatko olla klikkivastuussa?
Audiosta, jos videossa on ääni, niin se overwhelmaa teidän ääntä aika pahasti.
Okei, joo. Can we start? Yes, hey!
Hold. Sorry! Is it working?
Okay.
Okay, it's working.
Yes, yeah. So hey, we are the Relics team, and we are here to pitch you our exploration game with an LLM twist. So what is this game about? Exploration game where a sympathetic AI assistant helps players explore an abandoned facility on their own terms. The player can use their own methods. What? Hey. Yeah. Well, the player can use their own methods to explore this environment. By finding clues and solving mysteries, by exploring the environment and asking the right questions to the AI helper. Good, I got a mic again. It's a single-player PC game. It's an explorational walking simulator where players dig into a lore-heavy environment. And next we have a gameplay demo that will also introduce our sixth member, the Spirit.
No editing and local LLM.
Yeah, and since our game is very narrative focused, we are very heavily invested in our world building. We are using the Solar Project team as it feels more fresh compared to the mire of apocalyptic stories out there. Our story is presented in a non-linear way and has a huge expansion potential since we are building a speculative futuristic world. Our setting is in a research facility, so we can explore themes of speculative technology, and the setting inspires the players to think about a brighter future. In this facility, players will find mysteries to question, and one of the examples that we have would be what happened to the outside, how is everything powered, and how is the AI drone related to this facility. And a little bit about the art direction. It's essentially our art direction is very heavily informed by the lore itself, so it's heavily inspired by Solar Project aesthetics and the theme overall. The facility itself is closer to our time, but we as players are exploring it in the far future. So near future space in the far future setting, which gives players a mix of familiar and speculative technology to figure out with the helper. And we have chosen to do a realistic 3D environment in Unreal for the sake of immersion. Next, and here we have our initial level mockup. It's easy to control the space and scale based on blocking off parts. We are building this from modular blocks for a more cohesive and practical workflow, essentially. And
so, in normal walking simulators, you use environmental storytelling, journals, cutscenes, and the like to create a narrative. Here, we also have an LLM AI assistant, so you can freely ask it anything, and the data it gives you back is different from the stuff you see in the environment. So, for example, there's a famous person in history and media, and that's what you get from the LLM assistant's data. But when you walk in the environment, usually there might be something different going on. So you get a lot of world building from outside even the area the player walks in.
Yeah, and how this actually works is that we have Unreal Engine that contains these tags. These tags are related, for example, the game state or the player progress. And we filter the database that contains all of this text, all of our writing and the story, and we filter it using these tags. The player asks a question, and we use semantic matching to find the relevant pieces of that story to that question. We then feed the question and the retrieved context to the LLM, and based on those two, formulates a response, and then, yeah. And here's an example. For example, here, the tag could simply be the specific room that the player is in, and we find, using that from the database, all the texts that are related to this room. And then the question of how long has this been abandoned for is then matched with the 200 years, and then we return the question, the answer then. And this way we can do like satisfying game loops with innovative prompts, and yeah. And so why these technologies? Walking simulators tend to provoke questions in the players, and now the player actually has the magical ability to ask those questions. And we use the database to ground the responses in our writing, meaning that we can restrict the responses into the setting. For example, at least so far the LLM is not answering anything about Elon Musk because he's not in our database. Here's some quick slide we can go back to if there's questions about the deployment of the LLM and the business.
Yes. So next slide. We can talk a little about the market. So there isn't an exact comparison to our game in the current market, since LLM integration in games is largely unexplored. There are AI NPCs, for example, the Skyrim mod, but they aren't a part of the core gameplay like in our case. Our benchmarks in this case are more experimental exploration games that are lore heavy, such as Outer Wilds and Oberdeen. The market is quite niche, but has a passionate audience. In sum, our target audience are exploration game players invested in lore discovery that enjoy slow-paced and low-investment games. Another target audience to consider would be trend checkers and streamers that are curious to see how LLMs are used in games. So this also gives our game a potential to go viral. Next.
So other games using LLMs, some issues that there are is that, for example, the AI scope is quite large and a bit too wide. So you have like open-ended narrative generation, you have speech generation that can cause some uncanny valley stuff, and even more so, they're usually just tech demos and not necessarily games that they don't have really like well thought out gameplay loops. Whereas our game, we go gameplay and story first, and the technology is there only to enable the design, while the design is still the core of the game. Yeah.
So, as you all know, LLMs are the stuff right now. So this is a great time to make a game like this. So, starting from getting through this gate, we fine-tune our concept and scoping, we look for funding from the usual suspects, then we build a Steam page, build wish lists, then we gauge interest with social media. If everything looks good, we consider early access for some funds before a full release. And here's our budget. To get this polish, we think this deserves at least a full year of development. We estimated project sales of 30K with fixed price of 20 results in like 300K budget. The bar plots show when we break even with our theoretical 7-people team.
And our team is currently looking for producers and writers in general, and producers that have a better like business acumen, because we are really missing that in the team. So we are all working kind of as producers at this moment, and writers because we need a lot of content for the LLM to be trained on. And our team here, we have a very passionate team and with a lot of experience altogether. Rico here has 10 years of experience with walking simulators. Teemu here works with Silo AI and is our LLM expert, and he actually got in out of the Espoo Game LAB because of the interest of our pitch. And Sana, our narrative designer, has prior experience with AAA Studios here. Lazarus is our superstar tech artist. He is our Unreal guru, so we can get like all the good graphics that we really need. And hey, I'm Elina, and I'm an art lead, and I have experience as an art lead in film productions. So yes, and yeah, that's the theme. Thank you.
Well, pretty nice concept in updated branding now, so it's a good thing. Just first one suggestion and then a question. Narrative design for LLMs is kind of complex because it's a prompting narrative design. It's not exactly narrative design. So it requires a lot of playtesting for you to know what people are actually asking and helping to iterate with new prompts. So focus on trying to have as many inputs as possible from the audience during the development of the game. I don't know if you know the game Vaudeville as a benchmark. Okay, I will show this game.
Okay.
And one of the cool things about this game is there is a speech directly iterating with the LLM. So I think it creates better experience instead of typing, because it breaks a lot of the gameplay when you type the question, depending on the complexity of it. But the problem about that game was the uncanny valley, because it's a human character. So I think you nail it in the terms of putting a robot instead. It's a good thing. But my technical question is, I don't know exactly what LLM system you're using, but depending on the number of inquiries that you make for the system, it can scale the cost of the game. So how you fix it, which kind of system you were using, just a little bit of this.
Yeah, so we have kind of two plans. Right now what we're doing with development with is running the LLM locally. So that means that the LLM is actually running on the player's GPU, meaning that there's no usage costs. We have also calculated the budget in terms of if we want to like do a solution with the OpenAI's models, then it's slightly different numbers, but that results in a similar budget. Oh yeah, I also wanted to quickly mention about so we are also thinking about speech to text, also because of accessibility, because if you play with the controller, then you can't really type, and then, yeah, but, yeah.
Who am I as a player in the game? Is it more about just the world? Is it, why should I care about my character, my relation to the world?
That is actually one of the big mysteries of the game that you're also figuring out while you go. You don't really know anything about the outside world, so you're prompted to kind of like wonder what you're actually here to do. You get some tidbits about like it being set in the far future and that this contemporary-ish looking lab is somewhere in the past. But you will essentially learn a lot about the world around you and how it has been formed throughout the game.
I would maybe add something that I would grasp on. Am I a human? Am I a robot? Unless it's a secret. But you told in the mystery is a lot about the world, but also maybe to add the mystery. Why are you here? Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Hey, first of all, it looks great, graphically great. I'm straight away hooked. I do like Solarpunk, that's one of my favorites, but I feel the Solarpunk is the fantasy where we solved a lot of things, but then there's a punk, something is wrong, and I don't see it in there. It's abandoned, it's post-apocalyptic still, even when you say it's not. It would be nice to really go on with the Solarpunk team, like really research a little bit further, because that's much more interesting than abandoned facility. My question is, you need to sell me up all the time to get interest of any AI systems, I may be all with that. But I feel you are finding more interesting way to do it, but is there puzzles or something? Is the only narrative, or is there puzzles which is solved by asking the actual real questions, and you can only ask because you see something specific on the thing, or how do you see it?
Okay, so actually I personally spend a lot of time thinking about the puzzles using LLMs, and there are shortly huge problems with the way you get the perfect context and getting the players to prompt good stuff for it. So we're kind of not using puzzles through the LLM as much because it has so many game design problems. So if we manage to find a good like puzzle that fits it well, then we will do one. But there's so many problems that it's not great idea to at least advertise it right now.
Okay, love it how AI can play games too.
That's the last job we have.
Yeah, so basically you have the AI, but the puzzles are not AI related. So like if you just replace the AI with like say a dialogue, like a choice-based dialogue, will that like change anything? Like what's the AI doing other than being a buzzword? That like how does it make the game actually better?
So the freedom to ask anything gives us so much more potential of world building. Like you can ask it anything and it will give you something usually. So we can expand the world a lot through that way. So people who actually want to learn about the world, they will learn more, and we don't have to limit them in any way.
Yeah, there I can add. I want to add just one thing. So, for example, there's something about this right now that PlayStation has access that AI improvement. Important to Gen Z because of personalization across everything, and this would be like a kind of a fully custom experience on how you deal using that technology. Like you can, some people will figure things out faster than others. So for example, some people may use only 1 hour of exploration because they, I don't know, type like crazy or talk like crazy and have the acumen to ask the right questions. Other people will need like more, go through more questions and go and see more things to get there. So that's kind of the difference. If we don't have this, you have a very like linear way of getting from point A to point B. This would kind of personalize the game for your type, for your own type of how you do it, like to be on your own pace.
Can I ask the money?
Yeah.
Sure, go. Imagine also, like, I want to add, if we validate this thing that it works, imagine incorporating in other games as well, like everywhere or something.
Yeah, I have to say that I think the LLM is the kind of pretty much the only unique thing in this one. But absolutely, like, I wrote here definitely would invest. And the only thing I had on the cons was pretty much like my questions on the filtering, and you actually managed to ask, explain that, so I had to cross over that. I would definitely see some kind of puzzles, not necessarily LLM related puzzles, but something like myth type of puzzles, because when I was playing through myth as a like 12-year-old, I definitely would have needed an AI assistant helping me figure out what to do in those, like which lever to pull. Will there be that kind of puzzles?
So there might be puzzles, but I know for a fact we want some kind of immersive features, like even small movement of something, small like levers and anything like that. They create immersion for the player. So we want something like that. Not even maybe puzzles. There might be puzzles, but it depends.
And I guess that not like the puzzles that we are thinking about, they're not necessarily like move this block 3 times to the left and then the door opens, but more like knowledge-based puzzles that you can like find in other walking simulators.
Yeah, we're definitely exploring different options for puzzle. It's been a big topic in our team, like how we can handle that. But mainly, the base context here is Outer Wilds. It's all about the knowledge that you've accrued, the clues that you've accrued, and if you manage to filter the correct terms to understand what you have to actually do. And that is a big avenue that we are probably going to explore more in the future as well, how to implement that with the LLM, how to actually make it work correctly, in the sense that what if the player doesn't know how to answer those questions or ask the right questions, how can we help the player with that kind of avenue? And that is probably what mainly was meant with like puzzles aren't AI based in that sense. We want to make sure that everyone is able to gather that knowledge in the future game.
Talking about knowledge, we need narrative designers. There's a lot of content to cover, just because it's so open.
Just business advice for the future of this game. You should definitely find someone in Microsoft that is dealing with this new Copilot Plus notebooks and this kind of stuff. Yes, because they will need content. Yes.
Would you like to sponsor us?
Because they will need content, especially that is iterating with the new chipset, Snapdragon, etc., etc. So it will solve the GPU limitations that you have now with the LLM. So take this into account.
Thank you. A couple of things we also thought about. Well, it might be a more than average GPU requirement, but the technology will catch up. And also another source of income we thought about is selling the data of what people prompt, what they ask for, things like that, and increase our revenue a little bit.
Important to know that. Important to know that this would be an opt-in feature.
30 seconds. Any more questions?
Too short to ask. We can talk later.
Oh wow, that was all the 8 games. So I'm gonna briefly explain what is gonna happen next. So we have a room, a special dark room where we go with the judges. It's not that room. And we will lock ourselves there and we'll discuss about the future of all of these games. So we'll be back in some time, not sure how long it will take. And we will tell you which games got through the Gate 3. And meanwhile, we'll have amazing keynote from Aki Kanerva here. But maybe, yeah, let's have a break first. I'm looking for it. The schedule. We're a little bit behind. So amazing job, almost on time. So let's have a quick break, and I'll let Dani and Aki decide when you continue with the amazing keynote, and I'll collect the judges with me for the secret cabal of gay media killing. All right. Yes. Thank you very much. Good job, all the teams. Yes.
Sekin vessassa käydä ennen sitä, mutta
Joo, ei meillä on, mennään... Mä näytän se, yes.
Take your time. Tää on 40 minuuttia tää Keynote.
Mä en osaa käyttää Mackiä.
40 minuuttia.
Mitä?
Mä en osaa käyttää Mackiä, että se voi olla sit semmonen...
Joo, me jouduttiin siirtyä Mackiin. Ootapa.
Cool. No, kun sieltä saa sen presenter view näkyviin, niin...
vaikka suoraan sen niin ekan slaidin näkyviin, niin sillain, että se on...
Joo, niin kaikki kuulee meitä, mitä me puhutaan tuolla striimissä. Fine. Tää on eri juttu. Hello. No. Too many things there. Joo, eli niin...
90% kaikesta
matkasta
menee
If you just leave this screen on and everything's ready.
Sen verran mä kysyisin, että saan sieltä sen presenter viewn, jos se näkyy.
Joo, se näkyy, presenter view näkyy tässä kyllä.
Joo, hyvä.
Ainut ongelma, että mä voisin laittaa täältä audion pois, että striimi ei kuulisi mua, mutta jos mä teen sen, mä en tiedä osaatteko laittaa sen takaisin. Eli älkää puhuko koneen lähellä. Eli sitten täällä on kaikki all set. Ja mä jätän teaseriksi tämän tonne striimiin. Kaiken pitäisi näkyä siinä. Alright. Okay, let's find the room and then let's have a break. Break needed. My laptop. Pedro and Tatu, I need you.
Okay.
Who is one judge lost? Arto is lost.
Yes, I'm here.
No. You cannot.
Ja jos ei tässä nyt ehitä törmäämään, niin laita LinkedInissä kontaktiin. Niin...
Joo, kyllä. Mä voin ainakin linkata niitä tapoja, joten se on vähemmän harmful siitä.
Joo, kiitos.
Sä oot jo lähdössä vai? Oletko nyt pomppanut ihan liikaa sun varpaille sinne putsle-jutussa?
Ei, mun mielestä
Joo, koska mä nyt yritin nyt pohjustaa siihen Outer Wildsien ja olin vertailla sitä. Kun mä en tiennyt, siinä mä olin vähän sellainen.
It's just a shader that's like and then we render the game in like full HD but divided by 4 and then we stretch it back. That's it.
Siinä on just se, että hyödyllisempää sanoa, että we're gonna explore this.
No, it's an illusion. Yeah, it's like
Kyllä niitä varmasti saa, mutta se vaan vaatii paljon sitä tinkkeroimista ja kuten niin todesta, niin tarvitaan sitä playerta. Eli kun esimerkiksi mä huomasin se on silleen, että 200 vuoden verran pölyä. Mä silleen, tämä on kyllä väärin. Joo, mutta siis se on ainakin mullekin illustroi sitä, että mitä mun pitää muistaa spesifoida sinne tekstiin.
Yeah, it's the same. We talked about this. It's a shame we didn't manage to kind of squeeze in the fact that everything was like original. So the song was original from you, original from I think you can tell. Yeah, maybe we should have squeezed it somewhere.
Doing this, and I'm going to try to see the only thing we could show
well put together.
My friends put together the sounds.
Yeah.
Well, that's a sound track basically, but I did the editing. So I have my editing way before the game.
I think everything is all
That was enough when I saw one of the judges go like.
That's what we do.
Like during the training.
Yeah. They're better.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they. Yeah, I'm glad it's
Some
just
of one of
like.
them
Yeah, no, I'm glad it's not like Dragon's Den or something. Like, what the hell is this idea? I can't tell.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, exactly.
very powerful
From how
words
to look at
that he learned.
Oh, they probably hate them. What? Oh, no, you should go.
In this case, words back here.
Oh, okay. I don't know what to say. I was just losing here.
Super interesting opportunity.
You need to make sure
This is like super stressful, but like what you really need. And in this case, like what they have been teaching us in the lab is if you get shit feedback, if they like tell you to like shut down your computer, then you gotta believe it. So then you can just accept it and make a new one.
Yeah,
That's how it plays. So that, yeah, the idea is that if we can't get through, then it means that our game needs to be changed somewhat because it's not good enough. So you can do anything wrong. Yeah, like everything else is pretty good, but like the trailer, that audio, like that song, I really like that, so I give you points for it.
Just that for a compliment.
I think Martin also said that we have a chance. I'm feeling like 60-40, so not like super. I think we're on the winning side.
just watching them from the background.
Yeah, I think we're on the winning side. Let's see what kind of team we get.
He got the super Finnish sanitizer here. I caught the
Yeah. Or then we don't know what team we're going to join if the project gets cancelled. So it's like very
I have no idea if like the games that I should be like in the audio for, they're
completely overwhelming.
Yeah, okay, one thing, because I thought I had listened to 4 of them already when Relics came out. Where did you come from? They
Did you join after like?
I just was found because I was first in the
It is too many, you're only like
everything has been like incredible. So
what was your favorite?
That's so hard to tell. I mean, what is your favorite game? Yeah,
What do you need to be honest? Donkey ride. I mean, you can be
I would love to play your game.
You can be biased because I can see.
No, I can be biased because I know what I like to play.
Maybe I could tell which game is the most interesting for example, I wish I had 10 more seconds, which is better.
I want to explore this seriously. I don't feel one thing about it's very rare. Game with more role I love making audio. But I can't play.
Oh, so you're the best kind of audio. You're the kind of best like test player.
No, I'm ashamed myself while I'm making the audio. Like, I don't even know what it sounds like. I'm sitting there, like it's different. I'm not too much for that. And also these main games are pretty much like the space.
I would love it actually. Yeah, I would love it actually not working out, but just sense. You don't do it, those don't too sick, go with her. I think they should be It's fun. Such a fun thing.
Now my mom is very passionate about libraries. She had a period in her life where she had like 6 libraries. So she did a lot of research on it.
Okay, people, let's get cracking again. If I could have your attention, please. Attention, please. Hello.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Without further ado, we have today's keynote. Okay, everybody ready, excited? Yes? Great, so let's give again a big applaud to Aki.
Thank you, Daniela. All right, I'm going to arm myself. I'm dual wielding here. Hello, everybody. My name is Aki Kanerva. I'm going to be talking about lots of things today. So, this presentation is going to be about my journey in the game industry, how I've survived 18 years, 15 games, 8 cancelled partners, and 5 pivots. These are the trials and tribulations of the virtual air guitar company. And I thought that this topic would be a very apt one, because we are here killing half of the darlings that have been presented here. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of perspective of what it means when that keeps happening throughout your career, and how I have personally survived that. So I am one of the founders of Virtual Air Guitar Company, which we founded back in 2006. That is 18 years ago. I think I have updated the slide. Yes, I have. So this presentation will be the story of Virtual Air Guitar, but also a personal growth story, marking some milestones in my personal growth and career growth. And together these two things merge into a story of how I learned to have perspective into games and game development and life in general. So yeah, Virtual Air Guitar Company has had an, shall we say, eventful journey. It was founded in 2006, that was 18 years ago. We have developed 15 games, most of which are console games. And we have had 8 cancelled partners. I struggled to come up with a right word for this, because each one of them is a unique case, which you will then pretty soon see. And the company has undergone quite a few changes. But before we go too deep into that, what do we actually do? We make motion games, mostly for the Xbox Kinect. So this is pretty much our timeline in a nutshell, but timelines are boring. Let's look at some videos instead. So Kung Fu is probably our most famous game, where the game puts the player into the world of a 2D brawler and lets them fight the enemies with their real kicks and punches. Boom Ball is our most longest franchise with 6 games counting. It is aimed at parents and kids to be able to play together with the multiplayer mode. Squid Hero is also targeted for both kids and adults, to be more of a cartoony, good times, crazy robotic crabs kind of game. Beat Explosion is our venture into music game and exercise game territory. Yes, I am the beat ninja here. Shooting this trailer took 12 hours and I was very, very sore afterwards. And finally,
prepare yourself for the ultimate epic. The game you've all been waiting for. Enjoy the awesome custom-made soundtrack and star in your own album covers.
all right, I think that tells you all you need to know about Virtual Air Guitar Company. So how did we actually get started? How did we end up making motion games? How did we end up riding on cyber dinosaurs while shooting lasers out of a flaming guitar? It all started back in, well, here actually, well, in the neighboring building at Aalto University. We were 3 master's students researching novel music interfaces. We were doing collaboration with the acoustics laboratory as well as the multimedia laboratory. Our part of a EU-funded research project was to come up with various new interfaces to play musical instruments that would be modeled by acoustic algorithms. We made a bunch of those for the project, including a virtual kantele and a virtual drum that you could enlarge and shrink in real time up to 1 kilometer long. But one of those prototypes was called the invisible guitar. Let's take a look at some very cringeworthy material. Lovely. So yes, this thing was like, this was not meant to be a real instrument that you would have to spend years to learn playing. The idea was to make something that is fun, that you can learn to play in 2 seconds and have fun with for 2 minutes. Because the idea was to put this on display at the Heureka Science Museum, where it actually succeeded very well. It ended up being the most popular exhibit there for several years until the Linux computer finally broke down. But before we got that far, New Scientist wrote an article about these crazy Finns who have invented air guitar that you can actually play. And us 3 students were caught frankly by surprise, because suddenly within the space of 24 hours we were getting inundated by interview requests from all over the world. There was Discovery Channel, National Geographic, the BBC, some random radio station in Scotland. And we started wondering, well, lots of people around the world are expressing interest in this. Can we commercialize this somehow, make use of it? Can we bring air guitar to everybody's living room somehow? And that is how Virtual Air Guitar Company was born. We founded the company in 2006. We went on to win the Venture Cup business plan competition for it. And the business idea behind this was that, well, the next generation consoles, which was at that time Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, were just being released, and there is enough processing power in them to run computer vision in real time, because that's what our invisible guitar prototype was based on. You would wear a pair of orange gardening gloves, and the computer would pick up the color orange and assume that they are your hands. And so we started thinking that, hey, maybe video games is the way to reach a global audience. We didn't start out to be a game company because there was no game development education in Finland back in 2005. But games would be a vehicle, a path to market for us. Myself, I was trained to be an interface designer, a usability expert. If those names mean nothing to you, that's UI UX these days. But I ended up being the CEO mostly because I was good at making PowerPoint slides. Over the course of the first year, we developed a playable prototype and went on seeking publishers, and more importantly, we were searching for a co-development partner because we knew that none of us had ever developed a video game before. We weren't going to be able to do this all by ourselves. We wanted to find a company who has actually made a video game to be a partner in this. This game never came out. However, this is what it actually looked like. The video does not play. Well, oh, there we go. So for copyright reasons, obviously I cannot show you the Guitar Hero mode that would use real music that you play along to, The other half of the game, the freestyle mode, where the player actually creates the music in real time by selecting different poses and controlling how fast they are playing. Anyway, we were traveling the world, going to GDC, trying to pitch this to publishers, which is very different from what pitching to publishers looks like today. There was no indie publishing. You couldn't self-publish any games. So a publisher was like the only way to get a game out. But we also talked with the actual platform owners, because this was something cutting edge in terms of technology. So we pitched, for example, to Microsoft, who was working on the Xbox 360. This was before the Kinect existed. This was even before Microsoft knew that they were going to develop the Kinect. They had the live vision camera, which was a small webcam that you could connect to the Xbox 360, and I think people use it to play Uno. But we worked with a prototype workshop here in Otaniemi to create a wide-angle lens for it, so that instead of shooting your face, it could capture your whole body. And we had PhDs of computer vision working on full-body tracking before the age of Kinect. We also managed to bag investment from Warner Brothers Records, who were saw the success of Guitar Hero, which came out around the same time, and they wanted to have, of course, they wanted to have their own line of music games promoting their own bands. Around the year 2008, there were 12 people in the company developing the game. Around the start of 2008, Microsoft told us, well, we had been progressing pretty well in the negotiations in the past, like 9 months. We had already been assigned a game designer, some random dude who had just come off of a game called Here's a War. And but by January, we received an email saying that Microsoft has had a really bad quarter at the corporate level, so we're going to be dropping all external projects and we're going to focus on Halo 3. And we get cancelled. During this time, we had continued development, even made a multiplayer mode. Obviously, we didn't put all our eggs in one basket. Our next stop was Sony, because Sony had released PlayStation 3 and the PlayStation Eye camera for it, which was actually better quality even than the live vision on Xbox. We even got a development partner assigned from them, a company that had been working on many SingStar sequels, so that was going to solve that issue as well. And for reasons unknown to us, Sony cancelled the project. They never gave us the reasons, but I can imagine that perhaps one of them was that they had heard that Microsoft was developing the Kinect, and nobody told us, though. But that caused Warner Brothers to withdraw from their plan to be a publisher for these games. And yeah, 4 years in, 2 major cancels. This is going to be a big milestone, which I'm going to come back to later. Fortunately, we had other plans in our back pocket. We had Kung Fu Live, based on a previous prototype made by actually Perttu Hämäläinen, who still teaches, is the professor of games here at Aalto University. So we went on to our plan B, C, D, I'm not sure, I think I lost count at this point, but it was to develop a self-published game for PlayStation 3 using the PlayStation Eye camera. So we started development from scratch with a team of, I think we were like 13, 14 at this point. And over the course of the next 11 months, we learned how to develop for the PlayStation. And also during the development, around the last month or two, Microsoft announced the Kinect. which means that by the time we came out, our game was hailed the best Kinect game on PlayStation. Interesting. Fortunately, at least Kotaku liked it and called it enjoyably ridiculous, which was exactly what we were going for. We self-published this game and released it on PlayStation Network digitally. This was in 2010, when indie games weren't really a thing yet, and obviously marketing was quite different back then than it is now. Regardless of that, we were the top 3 seller on PlayStation Network in December 2010, which I think is a pretty good achievement for as weird a game as Kung Fu, because it was totally unique. There was nothing like it. But obviously, the elephant was out of the bag. The Kinect was there. It was light years ahead in terms of technology, because it was a depth camera which would allow us far more things. Using a regular webcam for full body tracking and background removal is a really tough nut to crack, and our tech was just like barely working on the PlayStation game, so the Kinect would be able to solve a lot of the issues we're having to actually match our ambition level. Let's pause for a moment here. The year is 2011, 6th year of the company. For context, mobile gaming, as we know, was born this year, when the first iPhones with touchscreens really made it big. We were a 16-person team by now. Now, the thing is that on Xbox 360, you weren't allowed to self-publish. You had to have a third-party publisher. You weren't even allowed to release a digital game unless that publisher had also released at least 2 physical disc games prior to that. So we had to find a publishing partner, or we couldn't make this game. Also, you were not allowed to release a game that had already been out on PlayStation. It had to be a new game. So we had to develop a sequel for a game that never had a prequel on the same platform. So we redid the story, did a new story, new content, new levels, reusing old ones as much as possible. And we found an Italian publisher called Black Bean Games. Even though the Kinect was new, even though we had already released a successful motion game, it was still very hard to find a publisher because the Kinect nobody knew what it could do. The publishers were like, what is this thing? It doesn't fit in our portfolios. But anyway, we took 7 months to learn a new console platform and make Kung Fu high impact. And this game was released in, I think it was November 2011. Black Bean failed to market it. They couldn't get it onto store shelves in the UK, which was the primary market. And they went bankrupt soon after we released the game. They didn't pay us most of the money they owed us. And also, they did not distribute the game in the United States. They had a distribution partner there. However, that deal was only between Black Bean and the partner. So once Black Bean was out of the picture, we had no way to contact the US folks or to ask for our money. Yeah. Let's pause here let's take a moment to give our regards to the past projects. And that is still the beginning. We went on to develop more prototypes in the hopes that we could release an actual sequel, a more ambitious game, a 3D version of Kung Fu. But this was around the time when the Kinect really began to struggle. Its launch games had been bad. Obviously, Microsoft had purchased them from us. Many of the existing game developers didn't understand how to use the Kinect. They just tried to make existing games, but worse, using Kinect. And also, the worldwide games press didn't know what to make of the Kinect because it wasn't a hardcore gaming device. And it was on a console that was running Halo 3, totally different target audiences. So Microsoft was struggling with its marketing message. Is this going to be a a family console or is it going to be a hardcore console? They were struggling with two different marketing messages. So as a result, the Kinect got bashed a lot in the press because the press was mostly filled with people who didn't understand it. They would have needed to hire new journalists. And as a result, none of the publishers wanted anything to do with Kinect. We also tried our hand at more serious types of games like training program. We tried to make a 2D platformer where you could record your video in advance and then use that to play a character on a gamepad. We tried making some family-friendly games for very young children. But yeah, the Kinect just wasn't working out anymore. Nobody was willing to buy a Kinect project. Now, fortunately, since we were very much deep into the whole technology end of things, we got into talks with PrimeSense, the Israeli company who had developed the Kinect for Microsoft. And they were planning to sell their own Prime sensor, which was just a Kinect but repackaged, and for PC use. For context, this is year 2012, the year when Indie started, when indie games began to be a thing. Anyway, through PrimeSense, we got in touch with Singapore Telecom, who were developing a set-top box that you could connect to a television set and play motion games on the set-top box. In the Asian markets, set-top boxes were a big thing because they were controlled by the the telecom operators who were dominating the market at that time. So that was the kind of avenue to reach customers. They ordered a PC port of Kung Fu from us, and it was an okay demo, but the more important thing is that through them we attended China Joy and got in touch with Edu, which was a Chinese company, a startup whose motivation was to create the first Chinese state-sponsored console. As you may not know, consoles were banned in China until recently. So there were no consoles, and this company wanted to make the first official Chinese console with Kung Fu as the flagship product. A game called Kung Fu on a console in China. Yeah, sounds pretty good, right? They even recorded a trailer for us. And then they sold 3,000 units of that console and went bankrupt. I think they got into disfavor with the political party at the time or something like that, and the subvention didn't go through that they were trying to plan or whatever, or maybe just that they just failed at marketing, I don't know. They actually did pay us for the first game, like 80%, but nothing for the second game. Since we were in the Chinese market, technically, we got in touch through PrimeSense with Changhong, which is the second largest television manufacturer in the world. They make the TVs that other manufacturers then package under their own brand. So they were developing an Android-based smart television, which would then run Kung Fu, which would come bundled with the television. And then, no, Changhong didn't go bankrupt. What actually happened was that Apple bought PrimeSense. And then they withdrew all of the cameras from the market. So nobody anywhere in the world could buy those cameras. So obviously Changhong couldn't make a TV that would integrate those cameras. So that got cancelled. And yeah, around this time of, the year is 2013, it's summer, we are 16 people. A lot of projects have been cancelled. Our money from investment and grants is running out. We have no choice but to start furloughing people. And the team size began to shrink. We went down from our maximum of 16 plus freelancers plus outsourcing down to 5 people, eventually 3 people. And by that time, I had grown up from a interface designer, menu designer, into a scripter and a programmer, and by this point I was pretty much wearing all the hats. I was leading game development, I was the producer, I was the programmer, art director, pretty much doing everything. We continued in the technical area of expertise that it's the one thing that we do better than anyone, so try to capitalize on that. So we got in touch with Intel through another Israeli company called Omek Interactive, who were developing close-range camera tracking that you could control the computer with your hand gestures. And for Intel, we developed a bunch of different prototypes of what the close-range hand tracking could be used for. So these were not released games, these were like explorations. And Intel was a great partner for us. They paid us. They paid us on time, and we actually got to make a lot of interesting and cool prototypes. However, Intel decided to pivot away from consumer products and move to robotics and industrial stuff with the computer vision stuff, so that didn't go anywhere further. However, it gave us a little bit of something that we could use to create a game for the just released Leap Motion controller. So this was the year 2014. We were at our wits' ends, like, what are we gonna do next? And Leap Motion comes up with a controller. We're like, yeah, sure, send us a dev kit, we'll see what we can do. So in a few months, we took one of the Intel prototypes and developed that into a consumer product called Boomball, the precursor of the Boomball you saw earlier in the trailer. And that ended up being one of the most popular games on the Leap Motion App Store. They had an app store for PC that sold only apps for the Leap Motion controller. We also did a sequel, Boomball Adventures, which sold almost nothing, which is because the people who had bought the Leap Motion controller and were excited at first realized that this is a technological gimmick. It's just gonna sit in my cupboard for now. Also, the Leap Motion App Store was filled with shovelware and games that were either free or cost $1. So it's really hard to sell a $10 game in that store. And they eventually closed down that store. By now it was looking like, motion gaming is not happening. Maybe we need to branch out. Maybe we need to do one of these newfangled mobile game things. So we started developing a game based on Stunt Car Racer, the venerable classic from the Amiga and Commodore days. That never got anywhere because we didn't know how to make mobile games, and I don't mean the technology, I mean how to find the fun for the players. Also, it might also have been that we were trying to make it for Windows Phone. We also tried to do a game where you could control the car, a flying car, using your hand on Leap Motion, but Leap Motion was not interested in buying any external content, which is probably the reason why they failed. But anyway, our very last grasp was the Xbox One, which was just released. Microsoft came out and said, hey, for the first time, indies are welcome on the console. You can self-publish on the same store, get on the same front page as all the AAA games. We're giving away 2 free dev kits, and best of all, there's gonna be a Kinect bundle with every single console. This is the future. So within the space of the next 4 years, I made 8 Xbox One games. There's only 7 here. Oh yeah, one of them was a Switch game. That comes later. But anyway, that averages to about 6 months per console game. That was rough. It was kind of living hand to mouth because our investment and support had run out. We were just, the previous project funded the next one. And it was like the sword of Damocles hanging above my head all the time. There was never any time to stop and actually prototype and choose a good concept. We just went with what seemed the most likely in the week that we had for prototyping the next one. And then Microsoft stopped manufacturing the Keynote in 2018. there was the unbundling, of course, that came before that. They stopped selling the Kinect with the consoles. So the old signs were there. We kept at it. After this, around 2018, we still tried pitching to Intel, who were relaunching their motion control as RealSense. We tried making an iOS version of Boomball, which sold like 3 units because we couldn't get featured by Apple. We made a Switch port of Boomball, which did not do well because apparently Switch players do not really buy motion control games that are not made by Nintendo. By this time, it was basically just me and a programmer and a changing team of interns. As a last resort, I tried prototyping something for VR, a music game based on the idea of Beat Saber, but with flowing movements instead of punching, and realized that the indie VR market is not there. It does not exist. It is not sustainable business. So in 2018, I was looking back and seeing that I've gone through quite a long and winding path. 14 years at this point, 14 games, which is a heck of a lot. So 8 times the rug has been pulled out from under us. None of these really had to do with anything that we did. They were just events that happened in the landscape, as the landscape of gaming changed. We had changed direction several times. It was time to reevaluate. Not just the company, but like, what the heck am I doing here? In the last couple of years of the company, we had moved office from our corner of Espoo to downtown, where I actually got to talk with real game developers quite often. And I started like poking my head up from underneath the water and looking around me. What's going on here in this Finnish game industry? There's a community? I was never part of any community. Maybe I can actually get something from here. Maybe others can get something from me. And that's when I had my Galaxy Brain moment. Even though I had never considered myself a particularly good programmer, I mean, lots of failed projects. None of them had been like major commercial successes. But how many people had made 15 console games in this country? Not many. So I was convinced by other people who are much smarter than me that my experiences might actually be valuable. So I got into this whole mentoring business. Well, it's not a business, it's a thing, it's a hobby. And I realized that people are actually getting something out of this. I'm actually good at this. I am apparently good at explaining things. I'm apparently good at putting myself in the shoes of others and seeing their perspective and explaining things in a way that they understand. And this was like a big revelation to me that I had never gotten the chance to do when I was so focused on grinding out game after game. So it really got me thinking, what are the milestones of growth of my career and as a person? Obviously, the first one was in 2010, when, in 2008, 2009, when the virtual air guitar game was cancelled twice. And that really, like, was a wake-up call for us that, yeah, the first beautiful, ambitious project idea that we had is never gonna happen. We're gonna figure out how to do something else. We need to move on. The second big milestone was the whole Kinect thing. Even after launching a game, our partner screwed us over. And that was like, even though we did everything right, something still went wrong. That wasn't about us. The next big milestone was when the team size went from a respectable team into a very, very small team, and where I started taking more and more responsibility, way too much responsibility, so much so that I eventually realized that cranking out 2 console games a year is not sustainable for me personally. I have been working way too hard. I have a burnout. So this slide tells you all the usual why stuff that you can learn from anywhere. These are not new things. I'm just telling you how I encounter these in my career. The landscape keeps changing. The longer you take on developing your projects, the more likely it is that something in the world just changes under you, that you have no control over. Things get cancelled, trends come and go, technologies come and go, console generations come and go. Mobile gaming did not exist when we started. Well, there was the worm game, of course, but mobile gaming, as we know, did not exist, and that has changed the face of gaming more than anything. Success is a matter of definition. Even though we never had a massive hit that would sell millions and millions, frankly, I am still flabbergasted at how much joy it gives me to see a 5-year-old jumping from joy in front of our game. So that was successful. The company did not go bankrupt. It still isn't bankrupt. That is successful as well. Depends on how you define success. I think I realized that my definition of success had been very, very narrow. And finally, I would not be here speaking to you, mentoring in 5 different organizations if I hadn't learned things the very hard way. Now, obviously, if I was able to choose, I would choose not to have a burnout. But I can make the most out of that now, and that has shaped the person I am today. So, embracing mistakes, embracing the things that were failures in one sense, are actually the things that make you a better person in the end. And I was exhausted, but I gained knowledge. What I do with that knowledge is what actually matters. I also learned a few things about myself. Like I said, I learned that I'm apparently good at explaining and teaching and understanding and communicating. And it is very rewarding for me to be sharing this story with you, because if I have even a little bit of impact on one team's story here, that is personally very valuable to me. And also being a mentor is the absolute best way to learn yourself, because when you have to explain something to another person, you look at it from a completely different perspective. And also I realized that I had, without noticing really, I had made a mental shift from being a developer to being a leader. I had never noticed it because most of my days were filled with programming, but I was thinking of things from a perspective that the developer me in the past didn't have at all. Oh yeah, that is the story of Virtual Air Guitar Company and my story. However, it is still going. These slides are a little bit old. I am now actually employed at a company called Cyan Games as the CTO. You may know them from games called Full ADHD, which is a visual novel about what ADHD feels like. And Antidote COVID-19, the only game that was accepted into the mobile app stores related to COVID-19. Virtual Air Guitar Company still exists. It has not gone bankrupt. I am frankly quite surprised that people still keep buying a few Keynote games a month. I have no idea why, because they haven't been manufactured in like 6 years now. Where do all these people come from? I'm assuming that owners of Xbox Ones are selling them, passing them on, and the new people who are buying them for the first time haven't played our games. So it's enough to buy me a lunch every now and then. Yes, that's good. But I may be available for mentoring at Espoo Game Lab at some point. I will need to discuss that with Jonne. Please reach out to me if you have questions, but if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, please include a message saying where you met me and how you met me, because I get a lot of spam. That's also a good hint for you know, connecting with anybody in the game industry, include a message, because LinkedIn spam is a thing. All right. Any questions? I am happy to talk about any topics.
I think you have a mic right next to you. If it works.
Okay. First of all, I want to congratulate you for surviving for 14 years. It's not an easy feat, and especially with this harsh industry. And I see you more as an innovator in this sense, rather than trying to go against the flow maybe, and make your own thing that makes you happy. So that's very inspirational, and thank you for sharing your story. I have like 2 questions. Well, I have a lot. First of all, did you use the first, even though cancelled, partnerships to acquire the newer ones? Like, let's say you had the deal with Sony or Xbox, which one was first? Did you use that information to the next one to acquire them, or was that hidden when you reached out new people? Did you tell them that, hey, I had a Sony as a backing me up, or a Xbox? Did you use that information?
Honestly, I don't remember if we included the fact that we had developed a prototype for the Xbox when we pitched to Sony. I'm not sure. I think we just used the latest prototype, which had the benefit of all the design that we had learned while making the Xbox prototype. And of course, we had Warner Brothers there from their side also advancing the partnership. So the partnerships weren't exactly like, they kind of overlapped in a sense, but we didn't get a huge amount of good material to show. And after Sony had cancelled the virtual air guitar game, we weren't really able to show any of the material to the next pitches.
So basically, instead of a bunch of cancelled things, you could say these are a bunch of success stories because you won each and every one individually without using the data from the previous one.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we convinced a lot of people to actually take a chance on completely unknown technology. They literally called it Finnish black magic because it was magic at that point in time.
Without even mentioning the other giants' names, but kudos to that as well. And another question: were there all these projects funded with publishers, or did you have at any point any venture capitalists or investors take a percentage of your company? How much?
Yeah, that's a good question. It was a mix of different funding instruments. We won Venture Cup, the Venture Cup competition, which was, I think, the prize was 50,000 euros to start with. Was it that much? I don't remember anymore. We had concept funding from AVEC for one of the games that came later. We had a research and development grant from Business Finland. We had several investors, business angels. None of them were venture capitalists. There were business angels who put in a little bit of money together with Warner Brothers, which was the big investment.
So how much percentage of your company did you end up giving away to these people to survive all these years?
That has changed over the years, but in the end I held, me and the other co-founder held about 25% each, with Warner Brothers owning about 30%, and the other investors like a few percent, depending on when they came in.
All right, yeah. So they can back out of the percentage thing. They can cancel, or because that's an option I didn't
I didn't know existed. I think when they get a percentage of your company, it's for life or something like that.
Well, I bought the whole company like 2 years ago.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Yep.
I was wondering, why did you start making a stunt car racing game? Because I know that for Engage, the Nokia phone, there was actually one of the first 3D games in Finland for mobile was a stunt car racing game by Technopagans.
I think that was just, the stunt car racer wasn't my idea, it was one of the other employees who came up with that, just thought that, hey, stunt car was a cool game, can we make something from this? It's like, we just pitched a bunch of random ideas and that seemed to be the most fun at the time. So nothing, no real market research behind it. These pitches here had more market researches behind them than that decision. Really.
All right, thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Aki. I think the judges should be coming back momentarily, so let's have a break. And there should be more coffee and tea and some chocolate still outside. People in the stream will be back very, very soon. Okay?
Through? Did you get through? You know?
Did I get through? Yeah. In the gate? Yeah. I have no idea. Apparently we're being told in the gate.
Oh, wow. Who is gonna be though in that?
I don't know. He called himself a lab master.
Sounds pretentious. I just realized I left my lab master outfit there. But everybody is so slow, I need to run it.
Sit down already.
That's good.
We have a seat.
I forgot something. All right. Yeah.
Front of the computer.
It's get the right energy.
Tired?
Are you tired?
All right. No, that's perfect.
That's beautiful. Reach out to me.
You can see the slides very fast.
Just take that. Take that. What? Yeah. All right, that's perfect for us for now. All right. So I have games here. The conversation was livid. There was a lot of conversation and good discussion. And I'll keep you in this stasis for a little bit more. It's midnight already.
It's my heart rate.
Yeah, I know. Mine is high too right now. So because I ran another race. Anyway, I'll give this before I make a too good of a point. I'll just give this to our board of judges, and they can say a few words about the pitches in general. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Very strange to start this. I don't have much like ending words, but first of all, I feel that all the conversations we had there, it was mixed opinions, which is great. Like we had a lot of different kinds of opinions, and we had a lot of dialogue about games, and there was a lot of things like I saw problems on that game. No, that was my favorite game, and that's great. All the pitches was interesting. They were nice to watch, and I feel the full atmosphere in this class is great. So it was very nice to be in here and see the pitches. I didn't get bored, and I'm still thinking many of the games I'm going to play right now. So very nice.
Amazing. So first, congratulations you all. It was an amazing session of pitches. I think one advice is show more the passion about the game and less amount of information, because sometimes we got confused about the information instead of understanding exactly why this game need to exist. So you were too focused on some information sometimes, and we wanted to feel the passion and the reason why this game should exist. But all the game is, we found something unique and interesting. So it's congratulations about it. And an advice for the teams that will not have their games to the next gate, it's not about the game idea, but it's about creating and finding your crew of game development. That's what you push you in the industry going forward. So do not get too attached on your idea not going to the next stage, but get attached with the opportunity to find the right team for you to enter in this industry. So that's another piece of advice. Thank you.
Yeah, echoing everything that has been said, really great pitches. If we would be doing a pitching competition in-house at Rovio, I wouldn't think that the quality would be this high. Of course, you all had a little bit more time to work on those pitches maybe than we would have internally, but that work also shows. There was like very high quality stuff, some games that were already kind of release quality looking, and then a lot of also very complete game designs. And then on the other side, there was like some games where the kind of game design building blocks were not necessarily like making a coherent whole, and it felt like there's just things glued together. All these fun things in this Venn diagram must make a hell of a game project, which is not always the case. Maybe for all game pitches, hoping that I don't steal Maria's thunder, is the kind of fun.
Kind of fun.
Because she mentioned that in the when we were judging those, she mentioned that almost none of the pitches were kind of clearly stating why this needs to be, like why this is fun. It was like trying to explain the designs with very kind of technical terms, and this is roguelike, this is dungeon crawler, this is this and this is mastery, this is all of that. But why is it fun is a totally different question. And maybe kind of going forward to the next gates, maybe that's something that will still need to be discovered even with those games that will go through.
I can continue from that. So not only why fun, but whenever you pitch anything, and this is the absolute hardest part, start with why. Why would I care to invest? Why are you the best team? Why is this the most interesting game? it's super easy for us to explain how and what, which you all did amazingly well. But why would this game be the next big thing? And there's a book recommendation for that. Simon Sinek, Start With Why. He explains very well why this matters and super simple clear examples. How can you take this into your own life? And it's not just for the business, but even within the team. Why would we focus on this mechanic? Why would we focus on this area of the design? So start with why, please. Another thing, dream big. We were all like, we would like to make a little pocket money. Would be nice to get 10,000 grand. We make millions every week, every day in this industry. So dream big. You can make a lot of money with these games. Don't settle for pocket money.
Yeah, thank you. There's not much for me to say anyway. But I was the only judge who was in the last gate, and I was really happy to see how far all the projects have progressed. I think all the pitches were a lot better than last time. There's been a lot of good things, and I was happy to see that all the market research and budgets and everything and scoping were all really realistic this time. And that's something that, like, I see a lot of pitches, and that's something that's really rare to see actually this well thought out marketing talks, marketing and target segments and budgets and like a realistic competition analysis. So really good work.
Can I say something? We want peanuts as salaries. That's why the
No, we take peanuts as salaries. That's why the funding is. Yeah.
Bigger salary.
Bigger stack of peanuts.
All right. So, what is happening next? Before that, one more thing. No. Lab is losing. So, absolutely, like amazing pitches, super happy. You did that yourself. Be really proud of yourselves. And like I said, no game survives a gate. So, what's going to happen next week is that we're going to start find the new direction of the games that get through the gate 2, and the new teams that are formed later today, in the secret meeting room of the anyway. So I'm not. I do this like I did it in the gate 1. So we'll go through the games that got through in non-specific order, and then I'll announce the games that this time I'll announce games that did not get through. So.
Which is it now?
I don't know. Do you? I will announce both. But first I'll tell you the games that got through, and after the realization happens, I just briefly tell games that didn't get through. So I start with the games that got through. Thank you for making me better at speaking. Let's go.
For drama.
I say the name of the game, and they're like
A, B, A, B. A, B, and B, and B, and then you told which one is the A and which one is the B.
Maybe I just made a puzzle to you, and you have to figure it out. So have a nice night. All right. So, okay. What are we doing here again? Arki has a lot of skin in the game. So, first game I announce that gets through the gate 2 is Coil. This is not the point order. Just say here at the beginning.
These were the games that got through, right?
These are the games that got through. Next game that got through, Finnish Cottage, number 8. Next game that got through was Relics. I didn't announce the last. Next game that got through was Twilight Fairy. And the final game that got through the gate 2, wait, I count. That's 4 games, right? The 5th game that got through gate 2 is Dungeon Crawl. happens next is I'll share the Game Labbers the questionnaire or the form where you can give feedback to other games and also choose the teams you'd like to join and tell what kind of role you would expect to have in that team. Today we cancelled, I don't know if there's a, how should I say this, but video gun game, Technopagan and True Crime Match was cancelled today. Welcome to the game industry. This is a hard thing, very important thing we have to learn in the Game Lab to kill your darlings. So I'll give you the feedback form. Thank you so much for your pitches, they were all amazing. Let's have a party.
That's the way to end it.
Thank you everybody so much.
What is our time?
Yeah.
What happens next?
On behalf of myself and Kelly, who wasn't able to come here today, thank you, lots of love. Super proud of all of you. The pitches were amazing, and you all are amazing.
Oh yes. Judges, I'd like to have these notes back.
Yes. Yes, please.
It's okay for me to share these with the team. If you can read.
Kyllä, ei ole helppoa vielä. Ei. Paljon piti nukkaa heittää. Ei nukkaa.
Yeah, so
Oikeasti kiistettiin.
Team Labbers as well, when you go upstairs to Game Lab, if some of you guys could take the leftover food and drink upstairs.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I can do it more than one.
It's looking great.
Thank you, thank you.
The AI will choose
Whose face is it for?
better picture of you.
So a lot of these excluded. People talk right now, right?
So please be beautiful. One for the Instagram.
Okay. With both hands, double handed. Yeah.
I don't like to use the Zoom, so.
A lot of traffic.
Better choose better the people that you put your iPhone on.
Okay, amazing.
Thank you so much. I'm happy I didn't have to do that. I'm happy I didn't have to do the call.
I need to run.
I'll find you to connect.
Something.
Some of might it was a brainstorm notes, so it would be non-knowledgeable. But
happens to me now, I already am working with 3 of the teams at fast.
That's good. That's probably your.
I had already started with these guys before. Like I stopped working with them because they said the game is going to be cancelled.
Yes.
So I guess I'm already in 4 teams or like what I mean.
We will check that. Yeah, go ahead.
Because like the form might not be like the best suited for me that I'm like playing with the 2 teams. I'm graduating very soon.
Yep.
So I'm gonna have a ton of time.
Give me a second. We might be still online.